Hello friends, hope you are doing well. Welcome to another episode, and today we are going to discuss about JavaScript and jQuery. jQuery is a library built using JavaScript. When in 2006 there was a problem of satisfying JavaScript for different browsers, a gentleman wrote a big library, a very small piece of file. When you add this file to your HTML page, you can use jQuery, and these functions are all browser compatible, and it adds various type of additional features on your site. So what is jQuery? We are going to learn in this tutorial. The best source for learning jQuery is the jQuery Learning Center and the official website of jQuery. Search in Google jQuery.com, learn.jQuery.com. So here we look at this website. In About Us section, we see that getting started with jQuery can be easy or challenging depending on your experience with JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and programming concept in general. So, dear friends, you will need basic understanding of HTML, CSS, and some programming. So you already know what is HTML. HTML helps you in building the structure of your web page. CSS adds some styling on this page. You add color, change the font size, you play around backgrounds, etc. So I think you already have understanding of these two knowledge areas. If you want to learn them from very beginning level, then I recommend you can go through the tutorial that available on my channel. You will get the link in the description below. So our today's topic is JavaScript and jQuery. JavaScript is the language and jQuery is a library built using JavaScript. So what is the history of jQuery? Let us try to understand a little bit. What is the history of JavaScript? So you can see the chronological order. You can see the various release in chronological order. The jQuery project was started in 2005 and has grown into a collection of projects. So at present, when I am preparing this video, the version is 3.7. So here you can see all the jQuery versions that were started at the very beginning. So let us try to find out the first version when John first prepared these jQuery related plugin. So John Riggs is the best known as an expert in the JavaScript programming language and the creator of most popular JavaScript library in this world is jQuery. He created numerous other JavaScript projects, but jQuery got more popularity, and then this library was used by Google, Yahoo, IBM, all the top information technology giants, and nowadays it is one of the most popular JavaScript library. Okay, so we understood a little bit history about this JavaScript. Dear friends, you might have a question in your mind that why we need to use jQuery in our web pages. So jQuery was created to make DOM manipulation easier. So what is DOM? Document Object Model. In the tutorial about HTML, you will get more explanation about this. But if at this moment, if you are not clear about it, don't worry, I will explain it. So generally, DOM manipulation is required for adding some behavior on your web page, and jQuery makes this DOM manipulation easier. It reduces the amount of code needed for performing common tasks that required many lines of JavaScript code to perform, and wrap them into strategies that you may call a single line of code. So earlier, for adding some simple effect like hiding one part of the page or showing one image, adding some gallery required lot of JavaScript. But with the help of jQuery, that is reduced. That number of lines are reduced. So at present, a team manage the jQuery website under the lead of Jimmy Wilson. Dear friends, let us find out some major advantages of using jQuery. Of course, JavaScript enhance the behavior of your web page, but when you add jQuery, it enhance the power of JavaScript. So you just need to learn a little bit of syntax. It is compared to less than the JavaScript, and you got the ability to add additional features regarding effects, regarding some sort of behavioral change on the page, etc. And those code are reusable. That means you can reuse that code on different pages or on different for different purpose, and you get a wide range of community who are constantly contributing some new plugins, new code sample, and we'll explore where this community is located, how you can get those sample code for your project, etc. in this video. So wait till the end of this video and you'll learn these things. And one more important thing is that it is easy compared to other standard JavaScript code and JavaScript libraries, and it lets user using Ajax template, and using Ajax template you can make your application more faster. You can load some function without reloading the page on your browser. Dear friends, before starting our journey of learning this new software package or learning this new JavaScript library, let us look at the outline. What are the things we need to learn to become an expert in jQuery? First of all, try to gather some information about what is jQuery and who invented it, why it was invented, what are the advantages it covers. So I think we have discussed this point till now. And what is the jQuery? It is a simple library, JavaScript library. You can add this to your web page through CDN, or you can add it to your server and just connect it as an external JavaScript file. So we'll also show how to use this how to do this kind of tasks. So dear friend, first of all, understand what is jQuery as a library, what is the purpose of using this in web development. Then we have learned some benefit of using JavaScript. We'll discuss more about its feature. At this moment, if I use a lot of feature related jargon, maybe those will be not clear for you because you are not yet familiar with those words. So we have to discuss them one by one. Then we can explore the documentation and resources of jQuery, which is available on jQuery.com website. And then getting started, but we will start by downloading the production version or developer version from the website. Then we'll understand how to include a jQuery file to an HTML page, and then we'll learn about the basic HTML page, how we can add jQuery to a basic HTML page. We'll discuss about selector and DOM manipulation, and we'll try to discuss how you can use jQuery selector to target and manipulate DOM elements. we'll learn more about CSS style selector. On a web page, you have either HTML tags or elements, and you have some CSS property. So CSS and HTML are not adding too much dynamic feature on your browser. So for that, you need to depend on JavaScript, and jQuery library can help you in manipulating HTML, CSS. So use CSS style selector to select elements in the HTML document, and you can manipulate them. Perform basic DOM manipulation like changing the content, adding and removing class, modifying attribute, etc. Then there are many events involved during a web page browsing, like you submit one form, you click a button, you want to view some image by clicking, etc. Various type of event are occurring on a web page when a browser or when a user browse that page. So these events are generally mouse related events and like this. So we'll learn about handling various type of event using jQuery, then bind event handling to elements and response to user interaction, then understanding event delegation and how it can be used. Then we will also try to learn more about various type of effects and animations. We'll explore some built-in effects and animation that are available on jQuery. What are these animation elements, how to apply fade in, slide up, etc., like visual effect on your HTML page. Then chain multiple animation together to create a complex effect. So these are called the chain methods. So we'll also look at these kind of examples. We'll try to understand how to use jQuery for asynchronous HTTP request. So that is AJAX. So we'll try to understand the use of AJAX with jQuery. We'll try to understand $.ajax related functions, then how to deals with get and post request, how to deals with and responses. Then there are various type of jQuery plugins are available. We'll also explore them, how to use those plugins. There is a huge collection of plugins available. Then what are the most popular plugins? We'll look at those areas, and then some advanced topic like the I think for understanding those advanced topic, we'll need to complete the preliminary things first, and then we can move to the advanced topics. Dear friends, here is a recap of what we have learned so far. JavaScripts add dynamic function to your web page, and we understand that the jQuery is helpful in manipulating the document object model, and JavaScript is a client-side scripting language. All the functions are client-side browser based, these are not server based, and we understand the relationship between JavaScript and HTML text. So using this script tag, we can add a JavaScript code on a page. Using no script tag, we can add a message that will display on a page if the JavaScript is not enabled on the browser, and this JavaScript is actually added to the header section of a page. Now this is a sample of a JavaScript code. In a JavaScript code, you see this script start and script close, and within that we see document dot write hello world. So we are going to add this code on a sample HTML file, and we want to see the output. Dear friend, in this web page here in this area we have added one script and document write hello world, and here we can change this text and write hello Dolly. Say refresh this page, you can see the text is changed. Dear friends, when you want to add an external JavaScript file, you can use this kind of tag. So here in this example page, we want to add one external JavaScript file. So first of all, I'm going to create a JavaScript file here inside the JS folder, and I have already added one custom JavaScript file. So I'm going to show you how it is added. So here you can see this code. Let us make one new one like the main.js, and it is a blank JavaScript file. I'm going to add this at the top. My file name is main. Let us open the main file. It is completely blank. Now if I move this JavaScript code to this external file and remove this code and save it and save the JavaScript file and refresh this page, you can see still it is showing Dolly. I can change this to world, refresh, and you can see that this content is coming from this external JavaScript file and it is connected to here. Now you understood how to add an external JavaScript file to your web page. Now I want to make it a little bit clean and simple. So I'm removing all the CSS, external CSS files from this HTML. Dear friends, in this part, I'm going to show you how to download the jQuery file, latest version of jQuery file from jQuery.com. So go to download section. As we are developing something, we are going to download the uncompressed version, development version from here, and it is like this. We can use this direct link, then we'll need internet connection for accessing this file. At this moment I'm just copying all this content from here and copy, and now I'm going to create one new JavaScript file here and calling it jQuery hyphen 3.7, which is latest .js, and here I'm going to paste everything, Ctrl S. So it is around 10,000 lines of code, and you can understand it is full of various type of comments, especially documentation and functions. So you don't need to worry about this, because we'll start from basic use of jQuery. Here in this file, a code is already there which is connecting this 3.4 version. So I'm going to change its name and making it 3.7. Control S, save. Now look at these. Now here in this particular sample page there is no change, but you can look at the source view and go to this one. You can see the latest version of JavaScript is added. Let us look at the information on the download page. Compressed and uncompressed copies of jQuery file is available. The uncompressed file is best during development and debugging, and the compressed version actually saves the file size and it improves the performance of your application. And you can also download the source map file when you are debugging with a compressed file. Anyway, so we have different version. You can also use the npm install jQuery command if you are using these kind of command line tools, and the file will be automatically added to your software package. You can also use the yarn, that is also a command line tool, etc. So these informations are valuable. You can use some CDNs. What is CDNs? Content delivery network. So CDNs actually improve the performance of the page, and there are various type of CDN links are available. You can use these CDNs. Here we see that Google CDN, and here the jQuery Google CDN is available. So you just need to copy this and paste it to your code like this. So both are working similarly. So I am going to comment of this thing. We can use the CDN version in future, but for now I am going to comment of this link. Before utilizing jQuery library, you need good understanding of JavaScript. The good news is JavaScript is not difficult to learn, and we have created some video tutorial on how to get familiar with JavaScript. So it is a very simple programming language, and if someone has some little bit idea about JavaScript, they can easily understand the logic. So it is a scripting language, and you can also do some server-side coding using that, but here in this particular video we are going to look at the use of JavaScript first. So the main source for learning JavaScript is the Mozilla developer website, developer.mozilla.org. Here you get beginner level tutorial on what is HTML, what is CSS, and what is JavaScript. JavaScript is a scripting language, and it add animation, etc. So here you can see some sample code. From this code you can understand that this is nothing but the CSS code. Let us copy this CSS code, and we are going to apply this to our sample code. So sample code here, for applying this CSS we are adding style and pasting this. Now we don't have any p tag here, so we are going to add one p tag and adding some sample text. We don't have any sample text right now, so we are going to copy paste this, and let's see how it look like. Save, refresh the page, and you can see this text is showing using some nice CSS styling. So this is how CSS adds some styling on your web page. Let us try to understand the meaning of this CSS. So here we have selected some font family. Letter spacing is 1, letter transformation is in uppercase, so you can see all the text are showing in uppercase. There is a border, there is a background color. We can change this background color to say we want to make it green. So we are going to utilize this green color, and save and refresh this page. So you can see the color is changed now, green. There is some border shadow, some padding, and cursor pointer is also changing. So CSS can do a lot of changes to a particular element. Apart from these properties, JavaScript and jQuery can add more functions, more features to this page. So we'll explore this. Dear friend, after some introduction, we have ideas about HTML, CSS now. Now we want to understand how jQuery works. So it is a basic tutorial from the learn.jquery.com, and here you can see an HTML code. So we see that the JavaScript is included, and here is the section for code. So we are going to copy this code to our web page, and here just after this main CSS code we are going to place our code here, or we can actually place our code in this external file as well. So better we add the JavaScript file at the top of the header section just after this style, and we don't need to place the JavaScript code here. We'll add this JavaScript code to our external main.js. Okay, saving this. Let's move to this tutorial. So we totally understand how to include the jQuery file to this page. We also understand where we are going to write our custom code. Now here, window onload function alert welcome. So if we copy this code and place it to our main JavaScript, removing this line and placing this, save it. Now we are going to refresh our page. What do we see? The page is showing welcome message as a pop-up. We can change this code welcome to our site. You can do the same thing using clean JavaScript, but here the jQuery is making it a little bit simple. Here, focus on this particular point. To ensure the code run after the browser finish loading the document, many JavaScript programmers wrapper their code using onload function. So as a result, when you reload this page, then this function will be displayed. Unfortunately, the code doesn't run until all images are finished downloading and including the banner ads. So to run the code as soon as the document is ready to manipulate, jQuery enhance this code using a different concept. So it is using something like this. So if we replace this code using new jQuery code, where we can see $document ready function, when clicking on a link, it is showing this particular message. Save it, and we will need one link on the page. So just we are going to add one link, a href or 01.html on the same page. This is refresh this. Here when I'm clicking on this link, it is showing this message. Okay, so we have added this function using this simple jQuery code. Here in jQuery, you can add a class to this particular anchor text using this simple code. So I am going to copy this and adding this to here, and okay, Control S. Now we need to check this page. When I click on the browser developer tool and inspect this particular line, you can see one class is added. I think we need to magnify this a little bit for understanding. You can see a new test class is added, and it is possible using this a tag add class. Similarly, dear friends, you can remove a class from a particular element, and these adding class and removing class can add different type of styles on a page. Unlike many other programming language, JavaScript enables you to freely pass function around to be executed at a later time. So a callback function is a function that is passed as a argument to another function and is executed after the parent function has completed. So callback are special because they patiently wait to execute until their parent finishes. So meanwhile, the browser can be executing other functions and doing all the sorts of work. So callback without argument, this is if a callback has no argument, you can pass it like this. Callback with argument, executing callback with argument can be tricky. This code example is not working. Dear friends, now you can see this sample code here, and we are going to discuss about some basic syntax of jQuery. So I'm going to magnify it a little so that you can see using some big font. So in jQuery statement, typically it start with a dollar symbol, and dollar document means you are going to select the document here, and then ready. You can see the function name and a bracket like this. So these are common for adding a new JavaScript, adding a new jQuery. In jQuery, the dollar sign is just a alias to jQuery. So let us consider this example code. In the above code, we have an alert message. Thank you for visiting. So if you are very completely new to jQuery, then it might look a little bit new for you, and you can take help of ChatGPT for understanding and explaining the code. Let us try to understand each and every line of this code, and this is a very good beginner level tutorial. When you understand a simple code line by line, you can utilize them in future. So here in this jQuery code, we see the first line is dollar document, then dot ready function start and close, second bracket start and close, and this ready function is start and close here. So this is a jQuery method that ensure the code inside the function execute once the HTML document has finished loading. So this ready means your page is loaded on the browser. So when the page is loaded, then this part of the code will be executed. It acts as a event listener for the document content loader event. So there is a event which is called document content loader event. So I'm writing it here. You can add this as comment, and the next thing is the function pass as a argument will be executed when the event is triggered. The next point is the function passes as an argument will be executed when the event is triggered. So it will wait for loading, and then this function will be displayed. Then we see another line of code that is $a dot add class test. So $a is this particular part. $a is a jQuery selector. That means you are going to select the a tag of your, that is anchor tag of your HTML page. So we have an anchor tag here, my link. So it is actually selecting this anchor tag of the HTML page. Then add class test is a jQuery method. So this one is a jQuery method that adds a additional class to your anchor text, and the class name is test. So we have checked this, a class is added here from the source code. Now in the next line we see that the anchor text is selected again. So the line is like $a dot click function event, and this particular alert message is displayed. So here we see that again the anchor text is selected. This jQuery has selected the anchor text, and then click function. So click is the method, jQuery method, that attaches an event handler to the selected events for the click events. So when the anchor text is clicked, it is actually handling one event. The function passes an argument will be executed when a click event occurs on any of these selected a element. Maybe this page has many a events. Whenever you click on one a tag, it will trigger the same function. So the event parameter presents the event object and can be used to access information about the event. So here inside the function, we see the keyword event and the event parameter. So it is actually parameter represent the event object and can be used to access information about the event. Here the alert thank you for visiting is a default alert function of JavaScript. It is not relevant to jQuery, just simple JavaScript that display a dialog box showing this message. Okay, so in this case it shows dialog box with message thank you for visiting when a tag is clicked. So overall we understood each line of this code, and here we added one test class to a tag, and we see when the document.ready function is loaded, it ensures the code is executed only when the document finish the loading. So dear friends, hope you understood all lines of this code. Dear friends, let us try to understand the use of jQuery selector from another example. So here in this particular HTML page, we see that okay, we have some paragraphs, one headlines, two paragraph, and one button. Click me to hide this paragraph, or say hide. So it is a button, and we are using main hyphen 2.js. So look at the code of main hyphen 2.js. We have selected the button. On clicking, it is hiding the p tag. Okay, so here we are on page 02. Refresh this page. There is a button called hide, or hide the p tag or paragraph. Save, refresh. So I'm going to click this hide the paragraph, and it is hiding all the paragraphs, but the headline 2 is showing. Now we can change this code like this. Refresh this page again, these are showing. Select h2 tag. So when I am going to click the button, it is going to hide the h2 tag. So here nothing has changed. Refresh this page, click, it is hiding the h2 tag. Dear friends, in this part we will see that using JavaScript we can change the CSS property of one particular class. So suppose at present you don't have any JavaScript code, jQuery code on this page, and all the paragraphs are showing this CSS property and green background, and using this single line code I am selecting the class blue, or say we can name this class as box, and this background is going to be red. Save this, and I'm adding this box class to this p tag. Okay, let's go to add class is box. You can see in the jQuery code I'm selecting the box class using dot box. Now save and refresh this page. You can see this class is showing in red. This is how jQuery can change the property of one particular class, although there is a common CSS available for all such classes. Dear friend, suppose you have a form and you want to change the background color of this particular form. So here you can do this using jQuery. Select, you are going to select the input box. So within bracket question mark, I'm going to select the input box, and the type is text, and here we want to change the CSS property of that particular element, HTML element. So I'm going to use this same code here and save. Now refresh this page. You can see this color is added. I can change it to other color like yellow or like pink. Save, refresh, it is showing as pink. Dear friend, here in this part you can see that we have a nice table here showing company, contact, and country, and we want to apply alternative color to even rows and odd rows. So we can do this using jQuery. So here is the HTML code for the table, and the table has some simple CSS code that is adding a border, and the text alignment is left. Now moving to our jQuery code, we are going to add new lines for selecting the rows, odd rows of the table. So the code is here, the rows, odd rows are tr colon odd. That's it. And we are going to apply this pink CSS to odd rows. Copy and paste. Save. Refresh. You can see all the odd rows are showing pink color. This is header of the table, and this one is number 1 row, this one is number 3, number 5. Similarly, we can copy this and we can apply even background is say yellow. Refresh. This is how we can apply different color to a particular table rows. Similarly, if the paragraph, say we want to apply a different background to the last paragraph, and this paragraph is the last one, so we can also select dollar within bracket colon p colon last, and we are going to apply this pink CSS. You can see the last paragraph is showing pink background. Dear friends, here in this password input box, we want to change this background to red. How to do this? You can do is it very simply. You can see the input box type is password. So we are going to our jQuery and we are copying this code. Copy, paste. Here the type is password and this CSS color is saved. Refresh. This part is red now. Dear friends, in this part we will learn the click events on a page and how we can add some effects on this page. Let us check this example. These are the paragraphs are showing in green background. I'm clicking on one paragraph, it is hiding. Clicking on another paragraph, it is hiding. I'm clicking on another paragraph, it is hiding. Refreshing this page and it is showing again. So how these functions are added to this page using jQuery? This is very simple tutorial and we are trying to understand the event related jQuery functions. So here just one line of code. We have selected p tags and on click one function is showing like sliding up. So how this function is working? Here the document ready, you already understood that it is waiting for a document content loaded event. So so it is actually listening when the whole document is loaded on the browser. So in this jQuery method, we understand that it is actually selecting the p tag, and when we are clicking on the p tag, it is showing this event. So the function pass as an argument will be executed when the event is triggered. So here is this function and this one is the argument. The p tag, this part of the code means we have selected the p paragraph element of the HTML document. We can change this to h2, say h2, save it, refresh this page. You can see now p are not working on click event, but when we click on the h2 tag, it is hiding. So we can also select the table, save, refresh this page. Now clicking on the table, it is hiding. Refresh. Okay, so selecting the particular element in this page and then click function. Click is a jQuery method. This one click is a jQuery method, and that attach an event handler and to this selected element of click event. Actually when we are clicking on this particular event, that then particular element, then this event is showing. The function passes as an argument to execute the click event is occur, And this is very important. The keyword this refers to the current tag. Here in this case, the table tag element is trigger and click, and this allows you to perform operation to a specifically on the click element here. So $this means when you are clicking on the table. If I change this to P, then this means when I am clicking on P. Very simple. And slide up is a jQuery method, and this is a kind of animation for sliding up, and as a result we can see a kind of animation here. So we understand these 4 lines of code that added some functions like this. You have to reload this page after making the change. So I'm reloading this. The function is working. Dear friend, now I am going to give you some advanced tips that will help you in writing jQuery code very fast. You have to install one extension, jQuery snippet, which has more than million download on VSCode. So you can easily install it. Just search jQuery snippet and you can get this. What will happen when you add this particular feature? So I'm going to my jQuery page, and here I want to add some mouse over effect on the text. At present this is showing like this. I'm saving this, no effect. So Control S, save, refresh this page. Okay, on mouse over there is no effect. I want to add one mouse over effect using jQuery. So once you install the jQuery extension for the snippet, now just write jq mouse over. See, the mouse over function is there. Now you are going to select p tag. So just within parentheses write the p. What kind of function you want to show when you mouse over the p tag? Suppose I want to remove the class. At present this particular p tag has a class. Say, look at the code, has a class green, and that's why it is showing here. In this particular p tag there is no class, that's why it is showing without green background. And here it has green, it has the green class, and that's why it is showing in green color. So I'm going to remove this class on mouse over. So use this function. This what I want to do, I want to remove class. And which class I want to remove? The class name is green. Okay, save it. Now you can see my code. When mouse overing this p tag, it is removing the class, and when I am removing this class, it will show without green background. Refresh this page, mouse overing, it is removing the class, mouse overing, removing this class. Very simple. Refresh this page, refresh. You can see now the p tag has the green background. When I am mouse overing, remove, mouse overing, remove. Dear friends, in this part we are going to explain another event related functions like this. When you are in this particular form, we have added language option. So when I am selecting English, it is showing one message. You have selected English, okay. Then Hindi, you have selected Hindi, okay. So how do we add this function? So here in this particular form we have a select option and the languages are there. So we go to this jQuery code. As usual, the document ready function you have already understood what is the purpose of $document.ready functions. So this is a jQuery method that ensures that the HTML page is loaded, and then it is going to start the next code. So here we have selected the select tag from this form, and when there is a change, so this is change function is a jQuery method. It is attach an event handler to this select element. So whenever one change is there in this particular select option, it is actually declaring one variable, and this variable is storing the selected data. So how it is working? So when this change function is passed, so the function pass as a argument will be executed when the value of the selected element is changed. In this case, the event handler is triggered when the user select a different option in the so depending on the selection, this $this refers to the current selected element, and it allows you to perform operation specifically on the changed element. So here another function is called find. So find is a jQuery method that finds the selected option within the current element, and it select the options that you have chosen, and this .val is again another jQuery method that retrieve the value of the selected item. So colon find colon selected and the value of the selected item, and it returns the value of the selected options. Now this alert function has alert is another jQuery JavaScript function that displays the display box, and at this moment it has the value from the previous line. So the dialog box is showing that you have selected this following value. So overall, if we look at these 3 lines of code, we can see that first the select element is having a function change, and whenever there is a change, then this find function is taking the value of the selected item, and then the alert function is displaying this selected value. So the step by step these codes are pretty much understandable, and you can apply this in future. Dear friends, so in this JavaScript and jQuery tutorial, let us have a quick recap what we have learned. So we understood that JavaScript brings dynamic functionality on your page, and we understood how to manipulate with document object model. JavaScript is a client-side scripting language, and we understood how to add an external JavaScript and on-page JavaScript. Then we also understand the simple debugging process when we see some sort of error, then how to debug it. So let us start doing some sort of error here intentionally. Suppose I am not going to add this bracket here and saving this, and as a result we want to see what kind of error it is showing. Suppose I am selecting, it is not actually displaying this pop-up. Why it is not displaying this pop-up? We can find out it, like click on F12 on your browser, and you will see a there is, just see the console section, and here you can see this error. There is an error in main -5.js. So this one is the main -.js, and we see that the error is uncatch syntax error missing. So this is one common error that we see. So I'm going to fix this and save it. Now I'm going to refresh this page. Now no errors is there. There is one more error, but you can ignore that error. And if you look at this page, HTML5 page, now this function is working. So we understood where we can check these error. You can access JavaScript error from different browser. Almost all browser has a developer tool. Nowadays the Internet Explorer is also using the same Chrome engine. So the Chrome developer tool is also available in the internet age, the latest version web browser of Microsoft. So we understand what is console of JavaScript. We understand these uncaught syntax error, unexpected token illegal. Then if you have the basic understanding of any programming language, you already familiar with a variable, and we can declare a variable, and we can do the coding using that. So suppose here, go to the console section and let me show you. Like I'm declaring a variable where a is equal to say 5, and again it's a colon undefined b. So they look at the, if you see that your web browser is showing this kind of error when you are running something locally, an HTML page, just disable all sort of extensions that you have installed, and you can see these errors will automatically remove. Generally these are coming from the various type of extensions, so disable this extension and you can remove this error. So this is a nice tip how to remove this kind of error message. Now we are going to do simple coding, like where is a is equal to 5. So we are declaring one variable 5a, and it has value 5, and another variable say b, it has value 4. Now what is a plus b? Simply 9. So you can see it can do the calculation. I can maximize the size so that you can see the simple JavaScript here, or make it this way. So here we can see the use of various operators, and you can name a variable using a dollar sign and underscore and a to z, anything. You can also declare a variable as a string. Say I am here declaring one variable hello is equal to how are you doing, question mark this. Okay, so whenever I'm writing hello, it is giving me this string. Another say name, or the say we can say time, or dollar underscore time is equal to say daytime. Both are a string. Now we want to add these both string together. How to do this? Hello plus dollar underscore time. Okay, you can see both text are added. So these basic JavaScript related activities, or basic JavaScript related function operations are already familiar. You can declare numeric variable. You can also declare an array. So those of you who have no idea about array, so array is a special variable and that holds many values. So for example, I can declare one array here, say const, array name is toy, and it is a collection of toy like bat, comma ball, comma doll. So these are the toys in one array. Now when I am writing toy, now my JavaScript console understand that it is an array. The first position is bat, second position is ball, third position is doll, and 3 elements. So we understood these basic things, how to declare an array. You can also declare one multi-dimensional array like this. So suppose I am going to declare another array const, a multi-dimensional array like face, or say dollar face, dollar underscore face is equal to bracket, and we have 3 different array inside this. So within bracket a comma or p comma q comma r, then another array m comma n o, another array x comma y comma z, and 3 arrays are there. Now it is showing undefined reference and P is not defined. If you face this kind of error, then actually we have to uh, add a quotation mark for all the elements inside the error. Now if we write dollar underscore face, so we can see that it is a array consists of 3 individual arrays. Clear this. Now here, if we want to display one particular element, then we can display it using face 1 comma 2. That means from 1 second item. Okay, that means check, enter. Here is our array. We want to display say q, so it is a dollar face within bracket, say what was this, 1 comma 2. So we want to display 1 2, it is O. This is 0 0, this is 1, and 1 0 1 2. Suppose I want to display this M, so M is actually 1 0 1 0 is M. And suppose I want to display X, so X is 2 0 2 0. I want to display say R is 0 2 0 2. So you can understand the position of different element in a multi-dimensional array from this example. Dear friends, now we'll discuss about basic operators of JavaScript, and this is also necessary for understanding jQuery. So what are these elements like plus, minus, multiplication, division, and modulus? Also we have assignment operators. So before that, let us try to understand addition first. We already have declared one variable a, so let us a plus b is 9, a minus b is 1, and what is a is 5 and b is 4. So let's do a into b is 20, and a divided by b is this, a module b is 1. So these are the basic operation. If we write plus plus a, what is mean? It is 6. I am increasing the value of a. Now if I do the same operation a plus b, then it is 10. It is not 9. What is a minus minus? It is again 6, but if we do a plus b right now, it is 9, because after doing this minus minus, it is actually reducing this value. So this kind of assignment, like a is equal to a plus 1 equal to a plus 1, what does it mean? It is 6. Now again display a is 6. This is how assignment operators work. Comparison operators means a is greater than this. Let's check out this comparison operator. A is greater than b, it is true. A is 6, b is 4. Say a is less than b, it is false. A is greater than or equal to, I think this is not visible because, so I'm going to a is greater than or equal to b, it's true. A is less than or equal to b, it is false. So different kind of operators are there. Let's see whether a's value is 6. So if we want to check a is equal to 6, is it true? No, false, because here a 6 is a not a numeric, it is numeric value, it is a character. But if we say only 6, it is true. So now we understand the meaning of triple equal to sign. Not equal to, say a not equal to b, it is true. And a is not equal to 6, it is false. A not equal to 6, it is false. So you have to do a little bit of experiment. Now here is AND operator, OR operator, understanding AND OR operator. When you check two particular condition, like A is equal to 6 and B is equal to 4, so we are checking both these conditions whether they are true or false. Enter. We find something invalid here. Left side sign. Okay, let's do A is 6, so A is equal to 6, true, and B is 4, so triple equal to 4. Now both sides are true. Enter. Yes, both options are true. Now if we write the same thing with or is just like to pipeline, this is again true because one of these option is true. Now we are going to make it a wrong option, then it is true because one of these two options are true here, and here if we make this AND sign, then it is false because in AND sign both sides must be true. So here this one is false because B's value is 4. So we understand the logical operators as well. Now concatenate the strings. This is very simple thing we have already discussed. And next, various type of escape character. So when you write something with this escape character, it is displayed as tab, like cleared all these things. Let me check whether it is visible or not. Yes. So dear friend, we can declare something like this. Header is suppose header is a variable $_header, and here we say new happy or tab, new tab here, and colon. Enter. It is not showing like with this line, so what is the best option? We have to use double quote, right? So we already used double quote, but it is not showing with tab. Okay, let's write $header. Enter. These tabs are not working yet. Tabs for cut is written. Anyway, dear friends, in this part we will try to understand the meaning of local variable and global variable using this example. So here we are writing this code directly on the console, clearing everything, and writing a function of clear. Function name is test, and this is our function, and within this function I'm going to write going to declare a variable x is equal to say 1 2 3 colon. We have another variable y, where y is equal to 4 5 6. Now x is a global variable and y is a local variable here. So here in this example, if x is equal to 1 2 3, where c is this. If x is equal to, I think a bracket is required for that. Yes, x is equal to 1 2 3, then z is equal to 7 8 9. This is again a local variable, and here we completed the function. Okay, with this function we can't do anything. Okay, we have a function. Now it's this display x is undefined. Generally it is declared within the function. Y is nothing because it is defined within this function. Dear friend, in this part we are going to explain this document object model using a simple diagram. Here the main table is inside the table has t body, and t body has two rows has two cells, and inside these we have the information. So if we look at the code here in this particular file, we can see it is like that. Table has rows has the th or td. So this is the document object model. Now jQuery is a JavaScript library. We understood how to use jQuery selector using the examples like this one, this 4.html has a JavaScript file. Main here, p is the selector, and mouse over is a function, JavaScript function or jQuery function that is added to this p, and it is removing the green class, and the p has green class on p tag. So we have understood how to use selector. Here is an example. You can see that example. The script jQuery is added from CDN, and the script, when the document is loaded, when the button is clicked, and the p are hidden. So you can understand any code where jQuery is used from this tutorial. Now, the best resource for learning jQuery is jQuery.com. It has libraries that you are basically dealing with HTML or DOM, CSS manipulation, HTML related events, various type of effect, animation, Ajax, and utilities. So gradually, when we will learn more about jQuery, we will understand how to manipulate CSS, how to change some behavior based on events, how to add some animation, etc. So next, we already understood what is function. Function is a piece of code that called by name. And is it possible to call the function here, because we have defined a function like test is action. Now if we call x, you can see that x is displayed here because we have called the function. After calling the function, you can display the variable inside this function. Now we are going to call y. Y is not defined here because y is a local function, and z is not. Here the error is y is not defined. So you have to do a little bit of experiment for understanding how function works. You can pass data to a function and the function will operate on that data. So if you look at the previous code here the function, inside this function we see another function is there. So these functions are nested somehow. Okay, now let's move to what is CDN. We already understand CDN, where we can get CDN link for jQuery. Just Google CDN link for jQuery, you will find it. I'm going to show you CDN jQuery. You will find many links about jQueries. How to add those CDN links we have shown you here. This one is a CDN link from Google. Okay, dear friends, then developer tool. About developer tool, we understood what is developer tool. Basically, when you are developing something like we are developing this page, then click on F12, cross this, click on F12 on Google Chrome, and you will see this area which is called the developer tool. Here you can see elements that will show the HTML elements, CSS that will show the CSS code. You will see the console area, you will see the source code, network related information. So browse this area, look at various type of option. Even you can edit this page, CSS, edit this page from browser. Suppose I want to edit this line, go to this section, content row, this is the headline, edit this page, edit this text, hello world. You can see it is, but it is temporary. For saving this, you have to add this to your HTML code. So do experiment with your developer tool, try to learn how to use it. You can select, this is very significant, it is a select tool. You can select this item, you will get the CSS code as well. Here suppose I want to make the color red, so I can add a new HTML tag here. Suppose I want to add select any particular tool, say this paragraph, and I want to make this red. So p tag color. When your web page has an external CSS file, so like this example, this one has a external CSS file. I have to refresh this page. Now this paragraph, green paragraph, I can change the background color to say this blue. Okay, and now I have to save these color to the external CSS file. Here is the external CSS file. I'm changing this background color to this. So yeah, save. And now let's check. The change is permanent right now. So this is how you can edit using the developer tool. So we understand the use of developer tool. Now DOM CSS manipulation. How JavaScript can do jQueries, where particularly jQuery can do manipulation, CSS manipulation. Dear friends, in this part we will learn how JavaScript can change, especially jQuery can change the CSS property of a. So here in this particular page, you can see the class is green, and green has a property like this green background or say blue background. Right now this blue background is there. Let us make it green. Okay, save it, refresh the page, refresh this page. At present the paragraphs are in green color. I have added one button. When I'm clicking this button, this paragraph color is going to be yellow. Okay, it is also a paragraph, so it is also going yellow. How it is working? Let's go to our jQuery file. Here document load, this part is common. Here you are selecting the button, adding click function, and when you are adding click function, the p tag is added to one CSS background color as yellow. So you can understand that this p tag is getting additional property, CSS property here. So that's why it is working like that. Refresh this page, green color, click this button, yellow. This is how jQuery can change the CSS property. Next, move to our next slide. jQuery is released under the terms of MIT license. That means it is free. You can use it for your project. Add class function. How to use this add class function? CSS is going to that jQuery is going to add one CSS class to your page. You can add one CSS class using this. Look at this example code here. Just one HTML file. We have added the jQuery here. Under style we have a class highlight, and its background color is yellow. Font weight is bold. So we have added this jQuery code here. Document ready, and when the button is clicked, a new class is added to this p tag. And how it is adding, for that we will need to check the developer tool. So press F12 here, F12, and you can see the developer tool. Right now if we look at the source code of this page, then let me make this a little bigger so that you can see it. At present p tag has no class, empty class, no class. And when I'm going to click this add class, see the magic. You can see one class is added, highlight, and the yellow color is showing here. So this is how we can use this add class function. Similarly, we can also use the remove class function on click. Suppose we already added the class to this paragraph, and now instead of add class we are going to use remove class. Highlight, save. So I'm refreshing this page. You can see a class is already there. When I am clicking this remove class function, refresh this page, remove class, this class will automatically remove. Click on this class is removed and the highlight is removed. So we understand the use of add class and remove class. So jQuery code, this is the syntax, like jQuery code dot css, then you can add the property. You can select one ID as well. I hope the previous code example was clear. Here in this HTML page we use add class and remove class function of jQuery. Dear friends, from this discussion we have understood the use of various jQuery function. Now we'll check some few examples here. Here in this example it is a quiz kind of thing. Tell me what you understand from this code. jQuery is added there. When I'm clicking on this click me button, the click me button is adding a is removing this HTML. I think we have to test how it is working here. It is changing the HTML code of this particular ID. So when I'm clicking on click me, this P tag will show you click the button. We can check this code using simple example. So we are going to create one more page here, like 07.html and we are just going to copy this as it is. Dear friends, in this part of the video we'll discuss on various example on jQuery. So here in this particular example you can see this version is very older version. So from the file name you can understand which version of jQuery is used here, and from this code, as I discussed earlier, like clicking on this particular ID click me, you will see a change on this ID result text. So this is the function it is adding when I am clicking on the ID click me. Now we will see some other examples. In this part of the video we'll check whether it is possible to find out the width and the height of a div using jQuery. So first of all we are taking one div here, like div, and giving it one ID name is say div1, and we are going to add some CSS code for this div1 here, save, and I'm going to refresh this particular page here, page number 7, refresh. We have a box like this. Now we are going to add one button here, refresh this page, save. So we have a button. We want to display the height and width of this box when I am clicking on this button. How to do this? So we'll need to use the jQuery function for this. So I'm going to write here the code like this, width and height, save, width and height, and now I am going to add some jQuery code. I'll explain how this code is working. When I'm clicking on this button, this variable is empty, and then it is taking the width of this box from the CSS. Save it, and now refresh this page. I'm clicking on the display width, and the width is displayed here. Suppose I am going to change this from CSS like 400 and 200. Save, refresh this page. You can see the box size is increased. Clicking on that, it is displayed. So how this particular section is working, this jQuery code is working, you already know this part of this code. It is waiting for the loading of the page, then button is clicked. On clicking on this button we can see these changes here. So it is adding some text inside the div. How it is working, we are going to explain it here. When the button is selected and button is clicked, click is a jQuery method that is attached an event handler to the selected element for the click event. So when the button is clicked, we see that this line, this particular line, var text is equal to colon colon. So this line is initiating an empty string called text. Now this text plus equal to this particular fixed text plus the, now the selected id is div1, and we are taking this property. jQuery method is taking the width property of this id, and it is displaying here as 400. And here in this particular text, it is again adding the next part plus the width plus the height of this div. So dear friends, this text plus equal to this and this text plus equal to this, these two lines are actually creating this dynamic text. So $div1 dot width is a jQuery method that retrieves the width of this element with id div1. So as we see, these two lines are just like a kind of patterns, and it is actually generating the text that we see on this box. So $div1, you are selecting this id, and .html means you are changing the HTML code inside this. And here you can see that this particular line is similar to the previous line. These two lines are similar, so we can add more properties here like color as well. So this particular line is actually, here one bear is there, so bear is actually creating the line break. So you have to understand this selector. It is selecting one id and selecting one property from this id, height, and it is a jQuery method, and that is retrieving the height of this id div1. And this is plus operator. Plus operator is actually connecting to string, this string and the value. So the reason of using this plus operator is connecting to strings, and other information like html is actually a method, jQuery method, that is used to set HTML content of a selected element. Here the selected element is div1, and we are replacing this the content of div1 using this information. So the process is very simple. We have declare one empty text variable, and then we added some text on this empty variable, and then we replace the HTML content of this selected div using .html, and as a result you can see this information here. And if we just add one more line here with a break line, just I'm doing some experiment here. Copy this line break, and we are going to display another property, copy and display. Now this time we are not going to display the height. Instead we are going to display, say, padding or margin. Is it possible? Or color? Let's see, is it working or not. It is showing nothing because there is no function like margin available. So we have changed the margin to another function, inner height, and when we click this, we displace this inner height. Similarly, outer height, these kind of functions are available. So whenever you record this, you can do. Here is a simple test of jQuery. Just look at the function and check whether it is easy for you. Like we can see some CSS coding there. So it is a panel is the ID, and flip is another ID. So when you are clicking on the panel on the flip, and the panel is sliding down. So this animation is added using jQuery. It is another example of animation, simple animation. We have another example of animation on click, slide up, hide. So looking at the function name, you can understand the animation. It is more important. Writing code is important, and it is more important to understand someone else's code by reading. So you have to check the many codes so that you can understand someone else coding using this. So these are valuable examples. There are many. Let's move to different effects. What kind of effects are available in jQuery? You can use effect like show and hide. Very simple effect. Let me show you one example here. For saving the time, I'm using writing the code like our CSS code is nothing. We are going to add a JavaScript code, a jQuery code here, and the CSS code, the HTML code is here. Save number 8. Let's move to number 8 page. So we have show button and hide button. When I am clicking on hide, the text is hide because a display none style property is added to this p tag show. It is showing right now. So how this property is working here, you can see when this hide button is clicked, the selected p tag is hidden by using hide function. When show, this p tag is shown. P tag isn't shown. So these are the effect, jQuery effect we can use. jQuery UI.com provides you a lot of examples. So let's visit this website, jQuery UI.com. Here is the jQuery UI.com, and you will get a lot of examples here. For example, an accordion. You are looking for an accordion. See this accordion. Now you want to use this accordion on a particular page. Like on page number 9, I want to use this accordion. So I have example number HTML5 9. At present it is blank. Nothing is displayed here. Remove this. We have no HTML right now. So I want to use this accordion. Go to source code. You can get this information here. So I need to add these divs, copy, and I'm going to add these divs. Save. How it is showing right now, we can see some section, 4 section, but no div. So we have to look at the CSS code. So CSS code is here. One CSS file, jQuery UI, is added. So we are going to add this to our JavaScript. Control save as a JavaScript. Refresh, no major changes. Okay. We also need to add this jQuery JavaScript as well. Copy. We are going to add this as Control S. Refresh, no major changes yet. Okay. Now here is the function, the accordion function. So we are going to add this function on load here. Now you can see the accordion is working. So this is how you can get code from UI, various sample codes. You can manipulate the JavaScript as well. So this is how. Now autocomplete, like this kind of feature, how to implement this, you can look at the source code and analyze this. This is how you can do this. Button, there are various type of buttons available. Some checkbox radio buttons. If you want to add this kind of function to your form, you can get the source code, analyze this source code, and you can implement this to your project. Dear friends, in this part I'm going to discuss about DOM transversal, and jQuery transversal method is very important What is it? jQuery transversing refers to process of navigating through the DOM, that is document object model tree, to select element based on their relationship with other element. So it allows you to move up and down and sideways in a DOM tree and select element based on their position or relationship with other element. So we have to check the example here in this particular code. Here we can see one CSS class highlights is changing the background to yellow, and we have a listed item list 1 2 3, and the class highlights is applied only item number 3. Now here in this jQuery code we see that a variable parent element is there, and it is selecting the class highlights. And who is the parent of this highlight class? The parent is ul. Okay, so here we are adding a CSS class to this ul as a border 2 pixel solid red. So go to this page and refreshing, you can see that ul is having a red color border around it. Okay, and then the next element is item number 4, and we are adding this class highlight to this next element. So you can see next element is also highlighted with yellow color. Then another is first child, which is the children of ul, and it is first child, and we are adding this class highlights. So through the DOM tree you can navigate, you can add new classes using this. In this example we see that the parent item is ul and li is the children's, and only number 3 has this class, and we added other classes, we added the same classes to other items through jQuery transversing upward means like highlight dot parent, it is selecting the highlight class, and highlight class parent is ul, and it is adding the border to this ul, and the parent method is used to move up one level to the DOM tree. When you are using parent, you are moving up to this DOM tree one level. When you are using the method next, you are moving down to the next level. So transversing sidewise means the next. Here you can see that this particular item is next to list item 3. So we understood that this particular code is actually highlighting list number 4, and add class you already know from the previous example. Here in the first child is the first child of ul. First child of ul is item number 1, and we are adding a class to this. Now you understood how to use the transversing in jQuery. Dear friends, we are at the final part of this tutorial, and let us recap the jQuery event, which is very important. What is jQuery event? So jQuery provides a convenient and powerful way to handle events in JavaScript. So what are these events? You know, many events like click, mouse over, etc. So events are actions or occurrence that happens on browser, such as button click, mouse movement, and form submission, etc. So jQuery simplify event handling by providing method to bind events handlers and easily manage event related functionalities. So we'll check one simple example here. So we are taking one blank HTML page like this. Already jQuery 3.7 is added to this, and here we will write our jQuery code. So first of all, we are going to add a button with a class my button here. So we want to see what is there in page number 11. Page number 11, just a button, click me, and no function is added there. So we are going to add one event in this particular file, in this particular button. So this event is event on mouse click. We see an alert message, button click, save, and now refreshing this page so that the page is loaded again. Click, you can see an alert message, button clicked. We are going to add another event to this item like this, save and refresh. Okay, now what is this event? When we mouse over, we want to see a different text. See, forward, you can see the text is changed. So using this code, we can add event to a page. So dear friend, in the previous code, we have seen that the dot click, dot mouse and mouse enter and mouse leave, these functions are JavaScript jQuery methods are used in this code, and you can easily bind event handler and define the desired behavior when you want to see those events is occurring. And the jQuery simplified event handling by abstracting the complexity of cross-browser compatibility and provides a unified interface to work with events in JavaScript. Dear friends, in this part we are going to discuss about jQuery effects. So what are jQuery effects? jQuery provides a set of built-in effects that allows you to animate and modify the appearance of an element on a web page. These effects can be applied to various CSS properties such as opacity, height, width, color, and more. So jQuery effect makes it easy to create a dynamic and interactive user experience. So we are going to create one example for showing you some effects of jQuery. So let us take a blank HTML page. Here the jQuery 3.7 is already added. So we are going to add one CSS property. First we are going to add one button here, and it is like click me. We are going to understand the use of effects here. Save this page, and the page number 12, refresh 12, jQuery effect, click me, no action is there, it is just a div. So we are going to add some CSS code in the style section, save. Now with the CSS code is adding width and height, background color, margin, etc. text. See, now this is one box, click me, no action. Now we are going to add some effects, jQuery effects. Now here in this script section we are adding this jQuery effect. Refresh this page, click me, refresh this page, click me, no major function. When I am clicking on this, it is showing no effect. Maybe a little bit of change, save, refresh, click. It is, when I am clicking, it is showing some fade effects. So let us explain this code. We already understand the CSS and HTML. Now how this jQuery code is adding. So it's a div class with a class name is box. When this class is clicked, this effect, this dot fade out 1000, this function is used to apply fade out element over a duration of 1000 million second, which is equivalent to 1 second, and this box is fade out, and inside this we have used the fade in function for 1 second. So the fade out method gradually reduce the opacity of this box and we see an effect. The provided function has a fade inside. Once it is fade out, it is just blank, and inside this function we are using fade in, which is gradually increasing the opacity. So as a result, we see a blink of this box for a second. So the fading effect provides a smooth transition between elements visibility state and creating a visual appealing effect. And jQuery also offers other effects like sliding, toggling, animated for based on specific CSS property, etc. So you can learn these kind of effects by practicing, by looking at various types of examples. Dear friends, we are already familiar with jQuery hide and show function. You can easily use them. Now let's move to our next slide. jQuery callback function. We have discussed this, but it is a common interview question. How to use jQuery callback function? Show me an example. Dear friend, we are going to understand jQuery callback function here. In jQuery, a callback function is a function that is passed as an argument to another function, and it execute once the execution of the containing function is complete or when a specific event occurs. So callback functions are commonly used in asynchronous operations, animations, and other scenarios where the order of execution need to be controlled. So in this example, we will demonstrate how callback function can be used and used to control the sequence of actions and execute code after a specific event or animation is completed. So callback functions allow you to perform additional actions or response to events when needed, and it gives you some flexibility in handling asynchronous operations. So let's see one example. We need a blank HTML page, so we have this blank HTML page already. The jQuery is added, so we are going to add our HTML. So again, the HTML is nothing but one simple button, click me button. So okay, so we want to see what is the output first. HTML page number 13. So we refresh this page, just a click me button here. No function is added right now. Now we are going to add some code in the script section, and we'll explain how this code is working. So dear friend, save this code and refresh this page. Now clicking on this, is there any callback function executed? Okay, we also see some changes on the code as well. So we want to see the core result as click. You can see this opacity and a pop-up is there. Click. Okay, so we see that this text is showing some sort of different opacity when is clicked. So let me understand this code from here. The function here is when this ID, this particular my button ID is clicked, it is we see a function fade out in and a alert callback function executed. So defining a callback function here, the function we are using the keyword function, and the fade out and in is a custom defined function which is written after this code, and a callback is there, is a custom function that takes callback function as an argument. Okay, it is taking callback function as an argument, and inside this function we use the jQuery fade out method, and its duration is 1 second, and which is equivalent to 1000 millisecond. And after fade out, when the fade out animation is complete, it executes. So after the fade out animation is complete, the provided function inside fade out is executed. So the inside the callback function, we use the jQuery fade in function. So inside fade out there is a fade in function. Finally, the callback function is evoked, which trigger an alert message. The callback function is executed. So basically we see that line number 17, when we raise to by line number 17, it is actually performing the work of line number 22 to 25, and when 22 to 25 is completed, then the alert message is displayed. So let's see this in action. When I'm clicking, it is fading and fade out the text, and then it is showing this pop-up. So from this example we understand that when this button is clicked, the fade in and fade out and in function is called, and this is a custom function, and this custom function is written here. And inside this function we have a fade out and fade in. So we see that after fade in animation is complete, the provided callback function is executed. So let's see once again, refresh this page. Once the fade in function is completed, then the alert message is displayed. So if you understand this sequence of displaying this code, then you can understand the callback function, how to use it in jQuery. Dear friends, in this example we'll try to understand what is jQuery chaining. Now let us take one blank HTML page like this, and here we are going to write one simple button, click me, and top of that we are adding one p tag. Inside this p tag we are writing hello world, and we are naming this p tag with an id. Say id name is world. Okay, now we need to write some css code for this id. So our id is world, and what kind of css you want to add here, like color is red. Okay, let's see the output. Think simple, save HTML hello world. Now we are going to add some JavaScript code here, a jQuery code here. Our jQuery code is like this. When this world id is click, the color is going to become green, and let's see what happens. Press this page, now color is red. Clicking it, the color is green, and then it is removed. What will happen if I just increase the font size to 12? Font size say 40 pixel or 30 pixel. Refresh. Okay, now click. You can see this effect in chain. So here we see that when the button is clicked, then the id colors css color of this id is changed to green, then slide up and down in 200 in 2 seconds. So let's see. So it's a chain of events, slide up and slide down. So this is an example of chain events. So when chaining events is occurring, we see that the first one is showing first and the second one is showing in the second. So it is utilized in jQuery for showing a list of effects, and it produces some unique animation. Dear friends, now we are at the most important part of this tutorial. What is AJAX? Asynchronous JavaScript and XML. We already familiar with this word. So it is a technique that allows you to send and retrieve data from server asynchronously without reloading the entire web page. It enables you to update specific parts of a page dynamically and provide user experience by providing uh, providing real-time content update. On the other hand, jQuery is a JavaScript library. It is not a language. Okay, so jQuery actually play around the DOM of your web page. DOM is the document object model, and you need to do a lot of changes in DOM, and you don't want your page loading again and again for showing new data. jQuery simplifies the process of working with Ajax by providing a set of method and utilizes that handles Ajax request and response. So jQuery's Ajax functions allows you to make HTTP request, handle response, and update the DOM with the retrieved data. So all in one coins and cross-browser compatible manner. So this is the relationship between Ajax and jQuery. So we'll try to understand this using one example. So let us first take one blank HTML page. So we have a blank HTML page. Now we are going to add some code here. And what is this code? First of all, we want some HTML code here. Very simple. One h1 tag, one container. The container deep container, its id is content, and button load the data. So we want to load the data without refreshing this page using Ajax. So how to do this? We will need some data from a third-party website that provides JSON based data. So here let us first check our page number 15.html, and 15.html is showing. Clicking on this button, no effect is showing. Okay, no problem. We are going to add our code. So we are going to add a jQuery code here in this script section. So here I am going to explain this code for your understanding. So when this particular button is clicked, from this URL using get method, we are loading HTML. We are loading the data, and this data is showing here using some HTML tag. Okay, and if there is any error, then it is showing this error. We'll explain this technically, but let first test this data. Refresh this page. Clicking on this button, we can see some data is displaying here from. So if we visit this particular URL, we can see this data in JSON format. Okay, let's visit this URL and we can see this data in JSON format. So how it is working, let us explain. First here you already know that document ready means the whole document is loaded. Then we have an ID load button. When this ID is clicked, then we have $.ajax is used. This is a jQuery method is used to make a Ajax request using jQuery. So inside this $.ajax method, we provide an object with various properties that defined the request detail. So inside this, we are giving URL, we are giving the method and the success and error. So these are the three properties of this object. If it is showing success, then this part of the code will display. If it is showing some error, it will show this part of the code. So for example, if I change this ID to say 100 and a data is available on this particular URL, it will display here. Refresh this page, like here I'm adding 100. I see some data is there. At num is the title. So refresh this page, click load, at num is showing. But for any reason, say I am adding a very big number here, which is like this one, and this data is not available. So in that case, it will throw the error. Refresh, click, it is showing error occurs while loading the data. So that means that data is not available, but number 10 is available. Save, refresh this page, click, it is showing some data. So we see the method is get, the property specify the http method that is used for getting this data, and then the success property specify the callback function to handle the successful response from the server. The error property specifies the callback function to handle the error that occurs during the uh, during the request. And handling this ajax response, we see that the success callback function is retrieving this response. Here is a function data, and inside this we see the content id is selected, and its HTML is changed. .html means we are changing the content of this id content. Okay, and here using .html function we are adding the h2 tags and the body. So it is just like a post title and body text, and we see that this function, this particular line is replacing the content, this load content, load content, using the response from this URL. So when the load data button is clicked, an AJAX request is made to the specific URL. Upon successful retrieval of data, the response is then changing the content of this id, and then we see the new data on this particular page. So I hope you understand how ajax and jQuery can retrieve data from an API call through get method from this example. Dear friends, finally we want to see the use of jQuery on this particular example web page. Here you can see a slider. Of course, slider is using a plugin, and owl slider is used here. You can see some effect on this testimonial section, some effect on this Google Map section when you click on this expand. So these are use of jQuery. If I remove the jQuery from this code, then we will see many functions are not working. So for an instance, suppose I just want to remove the jQuery function that is somewhere located at the bottom here. This is, I'm just removing this for understanding the effect. Saving this, refresh this page, the jQuery is removed right now. Refresh, hard refresh. Now you can see this slider is not working. This function is working okay because it is coming from the Google Map, but this slider, testimonial slider, is hidden, it is not showing. And when I Control Z, restore this code, this is showing. So dear friends, you can find the custom code in this particular custom jQuery, custom CSS, custom JavaScript. Here many functions are jQuery based, like remove class. Now you already know how to use remove class. What is the use of fade out, you already know. And owl carousel is a jQuery based slider. You can search it in Google and when you look at the documentation, you will find it is using jQuery. Get the latest jQuery or Japto library. So without jQuery, this function will not. Where I can get jQuery plugin collection, so like jQuery plugin collection. Here you can get a lot of collections and sample code like UI based. You can see a tons of examples available like UI based, like UI accordion. You can view some demo as well. This one is demo. We have shown how to implement this. Similarly, so bookmark this list of plugins. There are plugins related to images. For example, magnify pop-up. Check this example. I'm clicking on this. Very nice picture. So do some experiment. Generally, WordPress plugins also use jQuery. You cannot ignore the importance of jQuery. Here, what is Japto.js? Japto is a minimalized JavaScript library for modern browser, a largely jQuery compatible API. If you use jQuery, you already know how to use Japto. In future, I'll create a video on this Japto, but here at this collection, you will get many examples, and do experiment with this example and you can master on this topic. So dear friend, it is a little bit lengthy conversation. I hope these examples and tutorial is helpful for you for understanding what is jQuery and how to use it in your web development. And thank you for watching. See you guys in another episode. Till then, take care. Subscribe this channel for more updates like this.
JavaScript to your HTML. Very simple. You can embed JavaScript inside an HTML page. We'll show this, and you can add an external JavaScript file using script line. So we'll show how to add the external JavaScript or internal JavaScript. So here, before learning JavaScript, you need a little bit of understanding how browsers work, and JavaScript is a client-side language. That means when the JavaScript file is loaded on your browser, then it will respond. The server side is not a server-side language like PHP. So JavaScript is a client-side language and it runs entirely inside the browser. Remember this. Next, you need a opening tag, script opening tag, and script closing tag for writing the JavaScript code inside a HTML. That is also clear, no problem. I can show you. You'll check this when I start some sort of machine-based demonstration. Okay, so now you can place JavaScript two places. You can place the JavaScript on header section. You can place this code on header section or in the body section, because the HTML has two major parts. One is the header, another is the body. So you can use either header section or the body section. Okay, fine. Then there are some old standard and new standard in coding. I'm not going to that details. In old standard you can add some sort of comment as well, but here in JavaScript, how to add comment, just it is your task. Find out in the Google. Now you can include the JavaScript file as an external file with script tag, like script type text slash JavaScript, then source, then file name. This is how we can add an external JavaScript to our code. If you already have this knowledge, you can skip, but as a part of whole web development, we are going to discuss this. But when you read something basic with detail, you learn new things.
Let's start today's lab class. So we are going to exercise all the points that we have discussed in the theoretical class. So let's start with our first item. I'm creating a folder here as my site. Okay, and here I'm creating just a notepad file. Now I'm going to open my VSCode software, closing everything here, close this folder, and opening the particular folder on the desktop, my site. Okay, my site is there. Now I'm creating one HTML page, index.html, and one JavaScript folder is called JS inside this, and a CSS file. It is not necessary, but just I'm creating this style.css. Okay, I'm removing this particular index file. Now let me use the extension go live. I'm clicking on go live, and I understand. Okay, and show again. It is completely blank now. I'm enabling one extension, and that extension will reload the page whenever it is called live.js. It is a Chrome extension, so Chrome extension is reloaded. Now I'm dividing the whole window into two equal part so that you can view the output side by side on my desktop. So here is our output. Okay, so you can see the code here and output is here. So for example, I am writing here a simple h1 tag and hello world and saving the file with Ctrl S. Immediately it is showing. If I make any change like this and save and again refresh, it is refreshing. Okay, so we need a sample HTML code here. So starting with this sample HTML code, copy paste. Page title is my site, and this is hello world, and this is a paragraph. Save this. Now refreshing this page, hello world, save this. A little bit of indentation for understanding, so that we can understand the DOM, the object model. Okay, saving this. No change. I'm magnifying this page a little bit so that it is visible here. Okay.
If you just write a script, it is okay, and browser will understand it. So nowadays, earlier days, when you are writing some JavaScript, people generally write the type attribute with the script tag. Nowadays, you don't need this type attribute, type text slash JavaScript. You don't need to write this. When it is, I'm describing this thing and not showing anything. It is a little bit of problematic. It is little bit of problematic. But when you see the code, it is not a problem. This is very simple. So within the JavaScript kit, a single line of JavaScript code that is used equivalent to PHP echo command, which is similar to PHP echo command. So if you have the basic idea of PHP with a JavaScript, you can compare this. You will find a little bit of difference, but the logic is same there. So you may also notice that unlike PHP, there is no semicolon at the end. In generally, when we write a PHP program, we add a semicolon to instruct that this line is ended here. It's very important. Generally, when a new programmer start PHP program, this is a common mistake. They forget to leave the semicolon at the end of the line. But here in JavaScript, you don't need to add this semicolon. It reads line by line and it understand the line is stopped here. So of course, if you wish, you can add a semicolon, but that doesn't matter. But you can add a semicolon, that is okay. Another thing, you note that if you, for example, you can also write no script. So what is the, you can add a pair no script, and what is the use of these information? That means if there is no script, then if there is some problem with the browser, like the browser has no JavaScript function, then this function will not work because it is totally browser dependent. Sometimes you set some setting that browser is uh, disable, JavaScript disable. In that case, the JavaScript function will not work. Now it will show, if you add the no script tag, then it will show that your browser doesn't support or has disabled JavaScript. Okay, so check if your JavaScript function is not working. For any case, then check whether the browser setting is okay or not.
Just plus. Okay, now let's start our JavaScript class. And first of all, I'm creating here one JavaScript file. Our file name is a.js. So a.js is our JavaScript file. Control S. We can add this JavaScript file here using the script. For adding external CSS to your JavaScript, we use the script tag. So script started here and end. Within this, if we want to write something as a JavaScript code, we can use this. For example, here we want to write our first JavaScript code. So using document.write and hello world, we have printed this hello world text. Now we want to use external JavaScript, not on page JavaScript. So we have to use script src, and we have a folder js, and inside that we have a file a.js. So our code editor is giving us this suggestion. Now whatever JavaScript we can write here in a file. So let's start writing some JavaScript. Here I want to show you how the console is capable to do little bit of arithmetic work. Like I write 5 plus 5 is equal to 10. I can clear the console. Here we have shown you how to do commenting. You can see the double slash is doing the single line comment, and this comment is just like PHP. Let's write our first JavaScript program here. So here we declare variable using the keyword let. So let our variable name is my food, and the food name is say rice. And here I'm using a simple if else condition. If is the condition, I'm checking my food, it is suggesting me my food is equal to say rice, and if it is true, then curly brace. In curly brace I'm giving an alert, and this alert is popping up one simple message that yes, I like rice. And now if it is not true, then I'm adding one else condition. In this else condition I'm using again the curly braces, and again I'm adding one alert, and now the alert is different, like a different message. No, I don't like what any rice or egg. So our program is ready. If I reload this particular page, the console is showing nothing. If I write just in console, if I write my food is equal to say egg, I have to use this quotation. Then let's see what happens. Wait a minute. So you have to use the triple equal sign for checking this condition. So in this code, we are just displaying hello world on the console. So you can write anything here like good morning, save, and refresh the page. This information is saved, and this information is coming from the 6th line of your a.js file. Okay, now we can declare one little bit of variable. So for declaring a variable, we use the word var and the my name, and the variable value is say Narayan. Now save. I'm doing nothing, just refreshing this page, no response. If I just write my name here, it is automatically showing Narayan. If I want to display it like this, clearing this information, and I am using the, now if I try to display here the my name variable and save. Refresh the page. So Narayan is displayed using this console log. Now in the next line, I'm going to change this name to say Robin, and again using the console log. Let's see what happened. Refresh the page. Robin is displayed. So variable value is changed in line number 11. Let's talk about the JavaScript statement. Let x comma y comma z. So I'm declaring three variable using let, using a single line. Now say x value is 5 and y value is say 10. Now z value is equal to x plus y. Okay, and here we are using the console log to display the value of z. Just simply typing z and semicolon, save. Let's see what is printed here. Refresh the page. You can see the value of z is 15. If I change this value to 15 plus 5, refresh the page, 20. We can apply any sort of mathematical expression here, like instead of class we can use product 75. If we divide like subtract, it will show minus 10. So these expressions are working here. Like variable, we can also declare some constant. Constant generally doesn't change its value, so the keyword is const, and say const value is pi and pi value is 3.14. Now we want to display the value of pi. Again console log, and within parentheses we are adding the value of pi, semicolon, save. Refresh the page. Pi's value is same. You can use double quote and single quote and it will not create any problem. Just change, but if you are using single quote, you must have to use the single quote. Save, refresh. Because it is a loosely written language, the double quote and single quote doesn't make any difference. We want to check this problem, like x value is 5 and y value is 0. We want to divide x by y. No mathematician is able to find out this. Let's see what JavaScript is doing for that. It is showing an unexpected error. It is not possible. But if we use 50 and 10, let's see what happens. Refresh. Oh, there is some error. Remove this. Save, refresh. 50 by 10 is 5. But if we change the value of y to 0, save and refresh, the value is infinity. Okay, so JavaScript is smart enough. Now we want to understand the JavaScript assignment operators. So for example, here after this line we are writing something like x plus equal to y, semicolon, and this is just plus. Now tell me the answer. This is like a mathematical question. Save and refresh. You can see this answer just before this pi. Answer is 50. How it is working? Let me use since we have used 0, it is not working. I am using 1. So let's see, refresh the page. It is 52. So x plus equal to y is x is equal to x plus y. So we can write this line in this way: x is equal to x plus y. So x plus y is 51, and again you are adding the value of y, so it is printed as 52. Okay, similarly we can use the sign minus equal to y. Then tell me what will be the answer. It is very simple. X is now, in this line, x is now 49, and 49 plus 1 is equal to 50. Let's see. Yes, it is correct. Let me increase the font size a little so that you can see the numbers a little bit bigger. So zoom in. Here in this function, we are here in this particular JavaScript file, we are declaring an array with the keyword const, and array name is say animals, and our animals names are like dog. You can use single quote or double quote, no problem. I'm using double quote. Dog, cat, and fish. Okay, 3 types of animals are there. And now using console log we can check the individual value. It will show a little bit of error, but you can just ignore that. On our HTML page we are creating a p tag with an id demo, simple, and we are going to replace these using this script like document dot get. Here various options are available. You can see get element by id, and our id name is demo, and we are taking the inner HTML and replacing this with using the value of animals first animal and the semicolon. Done. Save. So this is 2-line code. In one line we have declared the array, and in second line just reducing the size. We are just want to show the dog here. Refresh. One error is there. Let me check. Save. Refresh the page. It is a typo, uncaught typo error, inner HTML. Okay, DOM. Let me check. So here you have to place the JavaScript below this DOM ID, demo ID. Otherwise, if you place this code in the header section, it will show an error here. If you place this JavaScript and before the body, then it is showing this word dog. Now if we change this to 1, save, refresh the page, it is showing cat. Is 2, save, is showing the fish. Now we are creating a function here, function, my first function, and it is taking 2 parameter, say a1 and a2. Within parentheses we return a1 into a2, semicolon. Now check this function. We want to use this particular function for displaying the product of 2 number. Save. We are adding this C JavaScript in this HTML page, saving this. Now how to use this function? We have to write one line of code here, like document dot get element by id. Our id name is demo, and we are changing the inner HTML using this function. Our function name is my first function, and the parameter that we are passing here 100 into 110, semicolon. Save. So you can see this code here, one function, and we're replacing the demo using this. Save. Now refreshing this page, showing 100 into 10 is 1000. Now suppose I want to change this value for testing. Save, refresh, 500. Now I think you can understand the function. We have discussed a lot about the theory in the theory class. My work is to show you the things in practical. Now we want to create a little bit of complex function. Then we can change the expression. Like after that we are adding adding 10. Now what is C? Refresh the page. It is product is first and the multiplication. So some simple maths are used here. Now we need to discuss a little bit about local variable and global variable. Suppose we are declaring one variable inside this function. We are going to write another function. You can write it in the same file, no problem, but for better understanding I'm using another file, say d.js, control S, and we're adding d. Okay, let's move to d file. Here we are creating the function with the name my test function, and we have to use this first parenthesis and then curly brace. Within curly brace we are declaring one variable, let animal name is equal to cow, semicolon. Now we have declared one local variable. You can use the word where also here. So let's see how it works. Now we want to use this function. Just we have to write here my test function semicolon, and after that inside this function we are writing document dot get html get element by id within bracket colon demo dot inner html is equal to we want to use this type of the name animal name plus some gap, and then we are adding again the animal name and semicolon. Save. Let's see what happened. String, the type of this variable is string and the value is cow. We can declare another variable here, say location name, and we place this say US, and we can add location name here, typo or typo location name. If we location name is just like a pin code or zip code, then it is a number. Okay.
And you get new ideas. So one of the major problem is how to debug JavaScript related problem. If the code has any sort of problem, then how to debug? It's a question to you. If you already know JavaScript a little bit, then it is my question. Tell me how to debug JavaScript. Yeah, I guess you already know this. Just your browser. Your browser has a console section. When you load the page in console section, you can see the error. So there, the browser, how to access the JavaScript related error through browser, right? So there are different type of browser, and different type of browser act differently, little bit. For Apple, you have Safari, and for all devices, you have the Google Chrome. You can install Safari in Windows as well, but I think the latest version is not compatible with Windows. I didn't check this. And the recent version of Internet Explorer, which is Microsoft Chrome, Microsoft Edge. Microsoft Edge is actually Microsoft Chrome. Why? Because it is using the same Chromium framework, the framework that is used by Chrome, and the framework used by Microsoft Edge is same, just the UI is different. Okay, so I prefer the my Google Chrome developer tool. Google Chrome developer tool, just press the F12 button on your Google Chrome and you can see this interface. There are various tabs available. So I'm just click on your Google Chrome icons into a page and Shift J for PC and Command Shift J for Mac. This is the shortcut F12. Then you can find the tab, and if you just check this shortcut Control Shift J, you can instantly see the JavaScript error. So we learned a new thing today. We'll demonstrate with on the device what we have learned today. This is the theoretical class, and I hope you are enjoying. It is very simple, very just like a vlog, and time to time we'll also share a little bit other knowledge of information technology world. We are learning programming, and if you have any question, any doubt, you can place in the comment section below. This is Narayan, and you are watching Get Plus Marketing. Okay, so when there is a syntax error, so understanding those syntax error is very important. So when it is a syntaxual error, but that means you have written something wrong and the syntax is not correct, this then it shows a message called unterminated string literal. This is the message. And when it is unterminated string constant, the Chrome and Opera will give you this message, and it will that means in a line there is something you have written which is not recognized by JavaScript. So uncaught syntax error, this is another message. Unexpected token illegal, this kind of message you will get from Opera. Opera is another browser. Opera also provide this syntax error, unexpected, EOF. So if you find this kind of line, that means there is some error. There is a website called getfirebug.com, which is a very popular JavaScript developers, very popular for JavaScript developers. So you can add a Firebug extension to your Chrome. I generally prefer web developer tool, or you can use Firebug. Even the feature of Firebug is available in the default Chrome developer as well. So we need to check this. And commenting is very simple in JavaScript, like double slash and write this comment. After double, you can also use the comment of PHP, like slash star, then the multiple line of comments, and then star slash. JavaScript also understand the comment of PHP, if the comment style in PHP. And semicolon is just optional. That means semicolon, you can use semicolon after each line like PHP, or you can, if you ignore, then it will not a problem. So unlike PHP, JavaScript generally doesn't require semicolon if you have only one sentence of line, one statement. If you write multiple lines in single line, then you can use the semicolon. And if you write all these line by line, then don't need to place the semicolon.
This condition. So in this code, we are just displaying hello world on the console. So you can write anything here like good morning, save, and refresh the page. This information is saved, and this information is coming from the 6th line of your a.js file. Okay, now we can declare one little bit of variable. So for declaring a variable, we use the word var and the my name, and the variable value is say Narayan. Now save. I'm doing nothing, just refreshing this page, no response. If I just write my name here, it is automatically showing Narayan. If I want to display it like this, clearing this information, and I am using the, now if I try to display here the my name variable and save, refresh the page, so Narayan is displayed using this console log. Now in the next line, I'm going to change this name to say Robin, and again using the console log. Let's see what happened. Refresh the page. Robin is displayed. So variable value is changed in line number 11. Let's talk about the JavaScript statement. Let x comma y comma z. So I'm declaring 3 variable using let, using a single line. Now say x value is 5 and y value is say 10. Now z value is equal to x plus y. Okay, and here we are using the console log to display the value of z. Just simply typing z and semicolon, save. Let's see what is printed here. Refresh the page. You can see the value of z is 15. If I change this value to 15 plus 5, refresh the page, 20. We can apply any sort of mathematical expression here, like instead of class we can use product 75. If we divide like subtract, it will show minus 10. So these expressions are working here. Like variable, we can also declare some constant. Constant generally doesn't change its value. So the keyword is const, and say const value is pi, and pi value is 3.14. Now we want to display the value of pi. Again, console log, and within parentheses we are adding the value of pi, semicolon, save. Refresh the page. Pi's value is same. You can use double quote and single quote, and it will not create any problem. Just change. But if you are using single quote, you must have to use the single quote. Save, refresh. Because it is a loosely written language, the double quote and single quote doesn't make any difference. We want to check this problem, like x value is 5 and y value is 0. We want to divide x by y. No mathematician is able to find out this. Let's see what JavaScript is doing for that. It is showing an unexpected error. It is not possible. But if we use 50 and 10, let's see what happens. Refresh. Oh, there is some error. Remove this. Save, refresh. 50 by 10 is 5. But if we change the value of y to 0, save and refresh, the value is infinity. Okay, so JavaScript is smart enough. Now we want to understand the JavaScript assignment operators. So for example, here after this line we are writing something like x plus equal to y, semicolon, and this is just plus. Now tell me the answer. This is like a mathematical question. Save and refresh. You can see this answer just before this pi. Answer is 50. How it is working? Let me use the, since we have used 0, it is not working. I am using 1. So let's see, refresh the page. It is 52. So x plus equal to y is x is equal to x plus y. So we can write this line in this way: x is equal to x plus y. So x plus y is 51, and again you are adding the value of y, so it is printed as 52. Okay, similarly we can use the sign minus equal to y. Then tell me what will be the answer. It is very simple. X is now, in this line, x is now 49, and 49 plus 1 is equal to 50. Let's see. Yes, it is correct. Let me increase the font size a little so that you can see the numbers a little bit bigger. So zoom in. Here in this function, we are here in this particular JavaScript file, we are declaring an array with the keyword const, and array name is say animals, and our animals names are like dog. You can use single quote or double quote, no problem. I am using double quote. Dog, cat, and fish. Okay, 3 types of animals are there. And now using console log, we can check the individual value. It will show a little bit of error, but you can just ignore that. On our HTML page, we are creating a p tag with an id demo, simple, and we are going to replace these using this script like document dot get. Here various options are available. You can see get element by id, and our id name is demo, and we are taking the inner HTML and replacing this with using the value of animals, first animals, and the semicolon. Done. Save. So this is 2-line code. In one line we have declared the array, and in the second line just reducing the size. We are just want to show the dog here. Refresh. One error is there. Let me check. Save. Refresh the page. It is a typo, uncaught typo error, inner HTML. Okay, DOM Let me check. So here you have to place the JavaScript below this DOM ID, demo ID. Otherwise, if you place this code in the header section, it will show an error here. If you place this JavaScript and before the body, then it is showing this word DOM. Now, if we change this to 1, save, refresh the page, it is showing cat, is 2, save, is showing the fish. Now we are creating a function here, function, my first function, and it is taking two parameter, say a1 and a2. Within parentheses we return a1 into a2, semicolon. Now check this function. We want to use this particular function for displaying the product of two number. Save. We are adding this C JavaScript in this HTML page. Saving this. Now how to use this function? We have to write one line of code here, like document dot get element by id. Our id name is demo, and we are changing the inner HTML using this function. Our function name is my first function, and the parameter that we are passing here 100 into 110, semicolon, save. So you can see this code here, one function, and we're replacing the demo using this save. Now refreshing this page, showing 100 into 10 is 1000. Now suppose I want to change this value for testing, save, refresh, 500. Now I think you can understand the function. We have discussed a lot about the theory in the theory class. My work is to show you the things in practical. Now we want to create a little bit of complex function, then we can change the expression. Like after that we are adding adding 10. Now what is see, refresh the page, it is product is first and the multiplication. So some simple maths are used here. Now we need to discuss a little bit about local variable and global variable. Suppose we are declaring one variable inside this function. We are going to write another function. You can write it in the same file, no problem. But for better understanding, I'm using another file, say d.js, control S, and we're adding d. Okay, let's move to d file. Here we are creating the function with the name my test function, and we have to use this first parenthesis and then curly brace. Within curly brace we are declaring one variable, let animal name is equal to cow, semicolon. Now we have declared one local variable. You can use the word var also here. So let's see how it works. Now we want to use this function. Just we have to write here my test function, semicolon, and after that inside this function we are writing document dot get html, get element by id, within bracket colon demo dot inner html is equal to we want to use this type of the name, animal name, plus some gap, and then we are adding again the animal name and semicolon, save. Let's see what happened. String, the type of this variable is string and the value is cow. We can declare another variable here, say location name, and we place this, say US, and we can add location name here, typo location name. If we location name is just like a pin code or zip code, then it is a number. Okay,
So we have come to the end of this part. Here we have learned how to add a JavaScript file. I'll show you in the machine learning page and machine learning chapter, and we understand various type of error message that we get, which is very important. Generally, error message helps you to find out the problem. So when we call some sort of error console, check the error console of your browser, you will see different kind of messages. Understanding those messages is very important for a developer. There are various any other point like, yes, so in the next part we will go to learn variable, string, array of JavaScript. Okay, see you guys in the other side. Rules for declaring a variable in JavaScript. JavaScript has no particular rules like PHP that you have to start your variable name with the character dollar sign. In PHP, you have to start the variable name with the dollar sign, but here there is no rules like that. You can use any character from small a to small z, capital A to capital Z, or 0 to 9, or the dollar sign. You can also use the dollar sign, but you cannot use any other special character or any punctuation mark in as a variable name. Generally, we don't use punctuation mark for naming a variable, right? So it is very straightforward. There is no limit on variable name length. That means you can write the variable in a way that it is so meaningful. It is clarifying the purpose of using the variable, right? You can write a variable name like interest rate, whole word, whole phrase, something like that. So where JavaScript do not recommend to use the dollar symbol as a variable name, because it may create some sort of problem with the PHP variable name. So do not use dollar sign in JavaScript variable name when you are using both PHP and JavaScript together. We'll see this in an example when you are doing something machine test. Okay.
Now we want to understand the post increment and post decrement value. Suppose x is a number 20 and y is x plus plus. So in that case, first we will print x and then we will print y. Let's see, clear the console log, refresh the page. So the x value is 21 and then y's value is 20. Why it is happening? Because the value of x in this line was 20, and then when it is incremented, the value become 21, and after that the y's value become 20.
When you are declaring a variable, string variable on JavaScript, you have to use the string, the quotation mark for the string, like the greetings is equal to hello world, then hello world should be inside a double quotation or single quotation. It doesn't matter whether you are using double quotation or single quotation, both work same. But in case you have some quotation inside the string, mm, like mama's boy, okay, then there is a quotation, there is a apostrophe s mark, then you have to use this backslash just before these quotation and it will work. You can declare any numeric variables like count is equal to a number. You can assign an initial number, and then we are moving to the part of how to declare an array in JavaScript. It's very simple. JavaScript arrays are very similar to PHP. That means you can declare a set of values in one variable like toys, and then names of all toys in a third bracket, and within this third bracket you are placing the names with parentheses because names are the string, and you are placing some commas for separating the values. Okay, to assign value to an array, use this kind of syntax, third bracket from starting and ending, and within this you write n number of values, and to each value must be quoted with a single quote. Here you remember the single quote. You can also create a variable just like a matrix, or just like a collection of several other arrays. That means within an array you can add, say, 3 arrays, 4 arrays. So this is called a multi-dimensional array. Multi-dimensional array is similar to something like a collection of more arrays. So you can create 2-dimensional arrays, 3-dimensional arrays for in JavaScript. And you can define many arrays together. There is option for displaying the array on your console, on your browser console. To access then one element of an array, you can use the position of the item, like document write, then your array name is like toys, and then like toys, within third bracket you just place the number, and you know that array count started from 0 to 1, 2, 3, like this. So we understand how to display array on JavaScript. There are various type of operators available. Operators are like plus, minus, star for multiplying, slash for division, then percentage is called modulus. It provides the reminder of a number. So you can check this, and there is plus plus for increment, minus minus for decrement. So operator in JavaScript it has similar function like PHP, and that means when you can add two string with the plus sign, and you can display two string together. JavaScript mathematical operator looks like a plain arithmetic, for instance, and you can do the calculation using just one line of code. Okay, so how to assign assignment operator? There are some assignment operators. So what is assignment operator? Assignment operator are used to assign value to a variable. When you declare a variable, it is generally empty, it has no value. So you can see some error message if you have not assigned any particular value to a variable. So when you are declaring a variable, give it some name, like to start with, just use the equal sign and place a number. And you can use some other symbols like plus equal to, minus equal to. This kind of operators are used. It has its own meaning, so the operator will come back to this meaning later. But here I just want to see I want to tell you that the assignment operators are something that you need to do a little bit of practice for that. You have to see how it is working. So when we say j plus equal to 2, that means j is a variable and its value is incremented by 2. That means you are adding 2 to its value. So j plus equal to 2 means j is equal to j plus 2. When we declare some minus, like j minus is equal to 12, that means j's value is equal to j minus 12. Okay, so there are comparison operator are also available in PHP. You know that there is a question, it is a question for you: what are the comparison operator available in PHP? Like equal, greater than, less than, not equal, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, and triple equal to is equivalent and same type. And not double equal to means is not equal to and not same type. Huh? So there are little bit of expansion here, exception here and there. Otherwise, it is almost like your mathematics. There are some logical operators are also available. Logical operators are like and, or, not. So and is like double ampersand sign, nor or is like double pipe. We call it pipe. These two straight line, vertical straight line, and not is just an exclamation sign. I don't know why they use exclamation sign for not. It is okay. It is the convention. Now variable incrementing and decrementing. It is also working like PHP. There is a similarity between PHP and JavaScript. So plus plus x means is a pre-increment, and minus minus x is pre-decrement, and these pre-increment, pre-decrement are similar to PHP. A string concatenation. The spelling is ठीक है मतलब the spelling is okay. Concatenation means connecting two string together. The JavaScript handles string concatenation slightly different than the PHP. Instead of dot sign, here we use plus sign. In PHP we use a dot sign, here we use a plus sign. So guys, when we'll come back, we'll discuss on escape character. Let's find out what are the escape character. Okay.
Hello friends, today we will discuss about the nomenclature rule of JavaScript. JavaScript naming convention is developed for better programming following some standard, and that increase the readability, and it makes the coding easy for developer. So I'll discuss about some rules and best practices for JavaScript naming convention for variable. JavaScript variable names are case sensitive. Lowercase, uppercase letter are distinct. So for example, if you write something first name with all small caps, and if you write first name with all capital letters, then these two variables are different. Next rule, however, the most recommended way of writing the JavaScript variable name is camel case. That means you can write a sentence without any space bar and use the first letter as capital or caps lock. So first name, here first F is capital and N is capital. The name variable should be self-explanatory and describe the storage value. For example, if you need a variable for a student name, then it should be like student name, student in small letter, name N is in capital letter. Then it will be more meaningful for other developers. Then our next point is naming booleans. When it comes to boolean variable, we should use a sort of prefix. For example, if you need a boolean variable to check the student name, as the student has a owner or the student has a guardian or not, then you should use the student has guardian, something like this, or has a parent, something like this, so that it is meaningful. Only yes or no answer will solve this, answer will store in this particular variable. So has word is generally used for boolean kind of variable. Our next convention is for functions. So JavaScript functions are also case sensitive. That means if you write something in capital letters and in small letter, that will be different. But if you use the camel cases so that it is understandable for which purpose you have created this function, then it is more helpful for the developer. So you should use some descriptive nouns and verbs as prefix, and that will be more helpful, like get name or total add text, something like this. Then it will be more meaningful. Now we are going to discuss the naming convention for constant. JavaScript constant are case sensitive. However, the constant should be written in upper cases. It is a convention. Your constant name must be in upper cases. Non-changeable variable. That means the value will not change. All the constants should defined at the starting of the file or method or class. So define the constant at the starting of the if a variable declare name certain more than 2 word, then it should be like if you want to use multiple word in your constant name, then use the underscore for joining the word. Then it will be more easy for the developers to understand your code. Now next point is how to name a class. Naming convention rule for in JavaScript for classes is pretty simple. You have to be descriptive for explaining the class's capability. The major difference between the functions and class name is that you have to use the Pascal case in the class name as well. That is like camel case. Now the next naming convention is for the component. So JavaScript components are widely used in the front-end frameworks like React, and although the component are used in a DOM, and treating them similar to classes and use Pascal cases to define the name recommendation. So Pascal cases is again helpful for naming the component. Since the initial letter is always written in upper cases, the Pascal a component stand out from the native HTML and the web component. As a result, using this web component is easy. Now the next point is how to name the method. Although there are many different structure for JavaScript functions and methods are pretty similar. Functions and methods are pretty similar. So naming convention rules are same. You must use camel cases to declare JavaScript method and use verb as prefix to make it meaningful. Like you can name a method like book return. Okay, so it will store book return related information. Now the naming convention for denoting the private function. Underscore is widely used in this language like MySQL and PHP to define variable functions and method, but in JavaScript an underscore is used to denote private variable or function. For example, if you have a private function like student name, you can denote the private function by adding the underscore in the prefix underscore student name. Our next item is how to name a global variable. For global variable, there are many specific naming standards are available. It is recommended to the camel case and mutable global variable, uppercase, and immutable global variable. Camel case for the mutable global variable and uppercase for the immutable global variable. Now the naming convention for file name. Most web servers like Apache and Unix, the case sensitive and they handle files and almost all type of files in lowercase. So keep the file names in lowercase. Do not use uppercase in file name and extension. So from this discussion, we understand the JavaScript has 10 naming convention, and based on your skill level, you can use these in your coding. Here in this part of the video, we'll do a very simple task. We'll create two string variable and we'll add these two string variable, and we want to display it on the console log. Very simple. Let's first name is equal to, I'm taking one name, arbitrary name is John, and let last name, I'm taking another name Due. Now I want to display both name together in one string. So let's take full name, and our full name is equal to first name plus last name. Done. Now I want to show this in console log, full name. Now refreshing this page, the console log is clearing it. I did not save it. Saving console log John Deere, but there is no gap in between the name, so I can add one string here, and let's see, the gap is there. Now we want to see a special type of assignment variable. Say these numbers are just values, and we are using another number z is equal to, say, x star equal to y, which means that z is equal to so it is equal to x is equal to x into y. Okay, so before the assignment, we want to print z, want to print x, and after the assignment we want to print the z. I want to see the differences. First clear the console log. Now refresh the page, and I want to see what happened. It is not saved. Save, refresh. So you can see the initially the value was 20, and then we use the special assignment, and it is calculated x is equal to x into 10, 20. And if we use the symbols like plus here, so then x will become x plus y. So we can use also plus symbol here and see what happened. It is just adding the number. Suppose we want to perform the subtraction of this number, like it, I'm making this value 20 and making this value 1 and using single quotation. Double quotation is okay, fine. Save and refreshing this page. It is working now. The minus is working, but plus is not working. Plus is just placing the two text side by side. It is interesting. Now if we want to change a particular number into, say, xyz, then want to see what happened. It shows nan, but this means not a number, so you cannot subtract a string from a number. Okay, we want to do one experiment here. Suppose we are taking one number, x is equal to, say, 10, and it is not written in numeric type, like within quotation. We are considering it like a string, and then let y is equal to another number, say 20, and it is not written in number format. Now we want to print console log z, console log x plus y, say x plus y. Then what happened? Let's see. Refresh the page. I am adding L. Okay, refresh this page. It has just placed two number side by side. It has not added this number because these are working like a string. Here I am trying to show you how to avoid various type of special symbol in a string. Suppose you have a text message, and it has, so text is equal to, say, something. It's a great day. Look at this. Now we use single quotation. Now this text is actually ended after this quotation. So if you want to avoid this kind of apostrophes, just use the backslash and the semicolon. Now console log this txt and save, refresh. Apostrophe s is showing, but if you remove this particular one and try to see print this one, it will show an error, unexpected identifier s. So you can remove this error using this backslash. Refresh, no error. So look at this code. In this particular code, a full name is printed on the console with a space in between the full name and first name. Now what is the process to print this full name without using this backspace? So we are going to commenting out this two particular line, and now we'll need this. We are going to change this code. Let full name is equal to, we are going to use a new technique. Use the backtick technique. We'll get this backtick line here, to backtick, and here we will use the dollar curly braces, space, again dollar, curly braces, and placing this variable here. For better understanding, I'm changing this name Ricky. Now it's saved. Now let's see what happened. Refresh this page, Ricky Dale. I can also add some is a author, boy, full stop, refresh. Okay, so this backtick technique is very helpful for printing variable with space. Now a little bit of more function about the string. I want to check the length of this particular text. I'm refreshing it. First print the text. This line is printed. I want to change these to uppercase. So function is to uppercase, and since it is a method, we have to use this parenthesis. Uppercase is a method, lowercase is a method. So save this, then the refresh the page, all the text are in uppercase. Okay, now we want to see the length of this text, then simply use the length and save. You don't need to add a parenthesis because length is a property of this string. So save, refresh, total length is 18. If I increase the pace, good, save and refresh, the count is increased. In this part, we will ask few general question about JavaScript and what is the minimum understanding that you need for mastering JavaScript. The first question is, what is JavaScript used for? So the JavaScript is commonly used for creating web pages. It allows you adding dynamic behavior to web page and especially offer some sort of effect on the page. And the JavaScript is a client scripting language which create some sort of behavioral change in the HTML part of the page. Okay. Now the next question is how JavaScript handles variable during runtime. Due to the fact that variables can be any type and can change type at any time, it might be necessary to check what type of variable is during runtime. So to do this, we can use type of operator for checking the variable type. Next question is, what is variable hoisting in JavaScript? Variable hoisting is one of the key feature of JavaScript. It lets a developer understand JavaScript way of handling the variable declaration. And what is variable hoisting? Bringing up all the variables declaration at the top of the function or global block is called variable hoisting, and these allow us to use the variable before declaring it. And there are some variables that get hoisting completely and some that get hoisting with a temporal dead zone. So this will we'll discuss this in detail later. Next, what are the types of operators available in JavaScript? There are three types of operators available in JavaScript: assignment, arithmetic, and conditional. JavaScript supports three types of pop-up windows. They are alert, confirm, and prompt. Now our next question is how to handle the events in JavaScript. So in a web page, we use various type of events like searching a information on the search box. So events are actions that happens when user interact with a web page, like clicking an element, typing in input field, or loading the page. So browser notified the system that something has happened, and then it is handled by JavaScript. It get handled by registering the function called the event handler, and that listen the particular type of event. Then handle an event means it means that let us assume you are interested to attend a web development meetup event in your locality. So what you will do some sign up with some username and password, and you will get this notification. So event are something like that. When an event occurs on the web page, it is registered. like click is an event. So based on there are different type of events available. So event can be triggered anytime a user interact with the page. These events could be user scrolling the page or clicking on the page. So there are some common events are on click, double click, mouse down, mouse up, then key down, key up, then touch, start, move, then focus, on load. So different phase of events are like capture, target, and bubble. So our next question is, what are the phases of event? So events has three phases: capture, target, and bubble. When an event moves through the DOM, whether bubbling up or taking down, it's called event propagation. And the event propagation through the DOM tree, the event happened in two phases: the bubble phase and capturing phase. The bubbling phase and the capturing phase. The capturing phase is called the trickling phase, the event trickling down, and the event that causes the event, and the trickling down to the event causes the event.
I'm cooking a fish curry today. It is I'm cooking seafood. Here I live near to Bay of Bengal, so I got fresh fish, and the cooking is going on. In the meantime, I'm just teaching. So we are today discussing about JavaScript, and it's a boring subject, but let's try to make it interesting because we want confident on understanding the JavaScript. I'm not giving you assurance that after learning this JavaScript course you will be super fast JavaScript programmer. You will be able to write custom JavaScript for any kind of application, but at least you will understand how JavaScript work, and the how actually you can understand the a code. Generally we reuse various type of JavaScript frameworks and libraries in our application development, but if you know the basics, and side by side I'm also comparing JavaScript and PHP. So if you are learning PHP, then this is going to be helpful for you. So we are talking about the escape character. What is escape character? What escape characters? Characters which you have seen. By the way, I'm enjoying teaching like this. I'm sitting in a sunny area of my room in the couch, and thus are discussing the matters with you. Don't take it like a serious class. I have to learn this, or I have to do this. Just motivating you to do programming, because this is one thing you can change your life. It is very interesting fact that all over the world, many people's billions peoples are using internet. Many billion people are doing stuff in computer, and well, less than 1% people generally able to write a good program. Okay, I'm also not a good program. I'm also learning like you. So here I am sharing my experience. So escape character are like /b for backspace, /f for /n simple, /n for new line, /r cut is written, /t for tab. So these are also very helpful when you are writing something. You want to display a string in a new line or a new tab. Inside the string you can place this character for displaying the output with a new line, with a new tab, which is, I think you got this point. So let's see what book is telling about this. And escape character which you have been used to insert quotation mark in a string, can also insert various special characters such as tab, new line, cut is written. And there is an example, here is an example using tab, a layout, and we can demonstrate this in a simple program. Okay, when we are going to do machine exercise, the will do whatever we have discussed. So in my class, generally I use this method. First I discuss the theoretical part on my mobile cam, and you can see it is I'm just discussing, I'm not showing anything. It is like a class. And when we'll go to my computer, it is like consider that here I am sitting, I'm uh, taking the class, and then I go to my laptop or desktop where I will shoot the point that I have discussed using some machine demonstration, so that it is like a study. First study the theoretical part and then go practice in a PC. So in this way I feel it is better, you can concentrate on the matter. Otherwise, when we show something on the screen and do some voiceover, and you cannot concentrate on both things like screen and uh, uh, voiceover. So it is better to share to do a lecture first and then go to. I will use this method in my future classes also. Okay, so now the important point is what are the variable type. Yeah, there are various type of variable types available, because in it is just like PHP. JavaScript is very loosely typed language. Loosely typed language means it allows a little bit of error or mistake of the developer. The type of variable determined only when the value is assigned, and can change the variable can change the variable appears in the different context. Usually you don't have to worry about the type. JavaScript figure out what you want and what you don't. Here is a very interesting point that you don't need to declare what type of variable it is, like other programming like C or etc. Here you have to declare the type of the variable, but in JavaScript you don't need to write the type of the variable. JavaScript is smart enough to understand what type of variable it is. When you are using string, you are using some quotation mark, it is clear it is a string. When you are um, writing some string without quotation mark, it is declaring a kind of error message. And for example, the variable n assigned to a string value 1 2 3 4 5 6, now it is not a number. Okay, so it is considering that it is a string, and when n is equal to 1 2 3 4 5, it is considering as a number. So you can understand that this is one point where the word is loosely typed. So remember this, loosely typed language. Okay, so if you want to declare a floating number, then what will happen? N is equal to a floating number. It will understand it is a floating number, no problem. Now I want to tell a little bit about the function. Function is very helpful for adding for solving some purpose. I have to go again to check my fish curry, and just I'm telling a little bit about function. I think about function we need a full class. Here we are taking it's a piece of small program in JavaScript that will do a specific task. Okay, a particular task, like using function you just want to add two number, that's it. So the function name is add, and you are taking two parameter a and b, and you are returning a plus b, that's it. The purpose of this function is just adding two number, but there is already default functions are available for this purpose. It is just an example. So we can create various type of functions, and that will return some value. So return is a keyword applied in a function, and the keyword you use for creating a function is function, then function name like add or adding, whatever name you can give. It is just like variable name. You cannot use some special character for function name. Then within parentheses you are adding these variables, and then within second parenthesis, first parenthesis, then second parenthesis, within second parenthesis you are typing the expression, whatever expression you want to write for logically solving the problem. So that is our class. See you guys in another part.
There are different phases of an event: capture, trigger, and bubble. When an event moves through the DOM, whether bubbling up and trickling down, it is called event propagation. The event propagation through the DOM tree. The event propagate through the DOM tree. Events happen in two phases: the bubble phase and the capturing phase. In capturing phase is also called the trickling phase. The event is trickling down to the element that caused the event. It starts from the root level event and handler and then propagates down to the element. The capture phase is completed when the event reaches to the trigger. The bubble phase of the event is bubbled up the DOM tree. It is first captured and handled by the inner sum handler. It then bubble up to higher level of the DOM tree, further up to the parents, and then finally do the roots to the roots. Here is a trick so you can understand. So how to debug a JavaScript file? We'll discuss on the following point: simple debugging, common error, tracking and trips, useful percent link. So simple debugging is very easy. You need to press the F12 button and check the console log. You will find some error. The page has some error. The most basic form of JavaScript is to open the developer console, press F12 and click on the element and submit the form and refresh the page and you will see the error on the console log. Then based on this error message, you can take the further action. The first step is opening the browser tool, and with the F12 key you can see the debugger tool. Now read the error message, and the next step is to switch to the console tab and see the error messages. For example, in one error message, if you see it is click event related, then check the button and error is registered in the console. Next step is track and fix the error. And notice how the console gives you the extra file and line the exact file and line number. Then check this particular line and revise your code. There may be some syntax error, like you have not declared the variable. So uncaught syntax error is expecting a kind of curly braces. So you check whether the curly braces are correctly used or not. Then the most important thing is whether you miss any kind of punctuation mark in this code. Then uncaught typo error, low to higher case into function. It is another new mistake. It is used for the function and the statement that are meant for wrong data type. There are some referential error. Referential error is referential error referring to a function and a variable that is not defined. Then some range error, like you have created a long number which is not valid. There are some URL error. So these are the major errors in JavaScript. There is a terminal based JavaScript tutorial. When you write npm home -global JavaScript, it is installed, and then type JavaScript. Let's see if various type of examples are there. Is it visible? Okay, then go to first introduction, help, choose the language, check the update. Next, what to do? So you can just use up and down key, arrow key. So introduction, this is the introduction, and let me make the little bit bigger font size. I'm increasing the font size a little. Okay, now it is visible. Keep the thing organized and let create a folder in the workspace and run the command called JavaScript, something like this. Okay, a directory, cd directory, and then create a file name, touch JavaScript, introduction JavaScript, type null this, and open the file editor Okay, so let's do these tasks right now. So mk read javascript cd javascript, just following the instruction. Next instruction is creating a file. The command is touch javascript. So the javascript file is created. Now we need to open this using a code editor. Let's open this using a code editor. So I didn't use the extension js. So again, introduction.js. Now introduction.js is created. Open this using a terminal, but this no. Okay, now here we are typing the code, just console log hello, save the file. Now command, next command is javascripting verify introduction.js. Verify, you did it. Anything between the parentheses of console log and the parent terminal, this is the print logo, the print hello to the terminal. Currently we are printing a string of character to the terminal hello. And the next challenge is focus on learning about variable. Run javascripting in the console and choose the next challenge. You have left 19 challenge left, so it is very interactive. You can do this following this step. So the next step is look at the options. What is the next experiment? Okay, again I have to write the scripting. Okay, the next is variable. So enter to the variable. Variable is like this. A variable is a name that can reference to value and declare using let example. The above variable is declared but it is not defined, so we are defining const example some string. Okay, a variable declare using let and use the equal sign to define the value that is reference. This is colloquially known as making a variable equal to value, equal a value. Okay, challenge, create a file name variable.js. So we'll use this command touch. I think we have already used this touch variable.js. So our file is created. Now we are going to add a variable example with value this and use color to print this. You can check to see the program is correct by running this. Okay, so this task is helpful. Just I need to open this particular variable file, then typing these example. Let's try example is equal to some string semicolon. Okay, and now console log and print these variable examples. So simple console log and the variable name we can use directly example. Okay, done. Now I just want to check. So now I am going to use a command for running this particular variable, this JavaScript file. This process is faster, so nice work, it is created. Const, the solution is this const. I can use this as well. Now again save and then running the previous. Nice work, variable, you have created the variable. Now what is the next challenge? In the next challenge you will go look to string for more closely and run the scripting console for the next challenge. 18 challenge left. Okay, the next challenge is string, and string related challenges. What is this challenge? You create a file string. Dear friend, now it is a quiz time. Look at the question. Review this code. Which statement called the add text function and passes 50 as argument? So function add text is written in the first first two lines of the code, and function, JavaScript function is a block of code designed to perform a particular task. So in this particular function we can understand that the total is a variable and it is multiplied by 1.05. that means the 5% text is added. Now look at the which is the correct answer for passing 50 as an argument. First one is like declaring a variable name at text, so it is not correct. Wrong. Return statement is just like a return statement inside a function, and third one is correct. So I'm making this third one color green so that this is the correct answer.
So from morning, I have completed few tasks. I completed cooking, rice cooking, fish curry, and some vegetable fry, and also I have done my breakfast with some cereals, and now I have an appointment today. I have to go to visit my friend. He is coming to see me. So I will go nearby metro station here, and then when I'll come back, I'll bring some vegetable for me because vegetable is not there. So we are talking about our JavaScript class. This is something I share with my, just like you are a friend, and I'm sharing this because otherwise the whole class is a little bit boring thing. Okay, so what is global variable? I have to wear my stack. What is global variable and what is local variable? Yeah, this is a very common question. It is also true for PHP and whatever language you are learning. Global and local. So global means you can go anywhere, right? And local means you are limited to a small town or small place. But here in JavaScript, what is the meaning of global? Uh, you are a global citizen. That means you can travel anywhere in this world. Is there any passport available for as a global citizen? Yes, if you are an ambassador for peace and you are getting a passport from UN, then you are a global citizen. You can go anywhere. You can send, you can spread the message of peacefulness. If you are a traveler, you have traveled several countries, and many passports, your passport containing various type of visa from various part of the world, and then you are not a global citizen because you have to get a visa for a specific country, right? So there is some scope of entering to a country, entering to a place. Programming is using the same kind of technique. When you are declaring a variable and considering it as it has the global scope, any other program, any other function, I have discussed about function a little bit. Any other function can use that variable. This is my common understanding. But let's see what book is telling about this. Global variable are ones defined outside any function, what I have told you a little while ago, or within the function, okay, but defining without the var keyword, var keyword. You can They can be defined in the following ways, like a is equal to 123 is a global scope, or var b is equal to 456, or if a is equal to 123, c is equal to 456. All these are global scope. So it is regardless of whether you are using the var keyword or a long variable is defined outside the function. It is global in scope. That means every part of the script can have access to it. Okay. Now, what is local? You understood what is global. What is local? Local, I told you, have a limited scope. You cannot go outside this area. So the parameter passed to a function automatically have a local scope. It is declared within the function, and they can be referred only from within the function. However, there is one exception. What is that exception? We have to find out all those exceptions for a better understanding of JavaScript. Array are passes to a function by reference. So if you modify any element in an array parameter, the element of the original array are modified. So to define a local variable, this is little bit of interesting. I find it is going in other way. We are discussing about array modification. Okay, so to define a local variable that has scope only within the current function and has not been passed as a parameter, use the var keyword. So I think it will be a little bit clear if we check this particular use of local variable in a particular function. So for example, I am creating a test function, and simple, you write the script first, tag script tag, then use the keyword function, give it a name like test function. So first parenthesis close, I'm not taking any parameter, then the second bracket, my function is started, then inside these I'm going to, whatever I have started, I'm closing everything. And now inside this function I'm declaring a is equal to 1 2 3, which is a global variable, means I can use the value of a outside this function also. Then if I write var and b is equal to 456, then var b is the local variable. I cannot use var the b as a variable in other function because I have used the keyword var inside the function. So if we declare an if conditional if statement, and inside this if I'm declaring a is equal to 1 2 3 and var c is equal to 7 8 9, then this c is a local variable. Okay, so now we understand that if I declare a variable with the keyword var inside a function, then this variable is a local variable. So to test whether the scope setting has whether the scope setting is work in PHP, we can use the insert function. But whether it is in PHP we use insert function, but in JavaScript, just like any part of the program, you can use the insert function to set the value of a variable, like whatever variable has the value. Using insert function we can make it default. We can start using this variable in PHP. But here in JavaScript, here is a little bit of, maybe this part is a little bit of clumsy thing, but I'll clarify thing using the example. So like start a function test, then use try to print it. So we need some machine testing for explaining global and local. I have just given you some idea what is local and global, and let's see this in the machine test. Okay.
Dear friends, let's discuss about the history of JavaScript. JavaScript is a lightweight language and it is one of the core technology of WW Web, and it is prototype based. You can deal with array, text, various type of objects, but it is not helpful for IO kind of application development, like like the application that use your network storage and graphics. So it is a client-side browser language and it is embedded in many type of application, especially server-side programming use this particular language for doing some tasks on browser sites. Now if we look at the little bit history of JavaScript, then it was started in 1995. Internet was not so popular at that time, so scientists were trying to build one browser at that time so that internet is easily accessible through graphical user interface like a software. So there was a organization working on this particular browser building project. Its name was National Center for Supercomputing Application, NCSA, and they started the work from 1993 in as a unit of University of Illinois, and they released a graphic based web browser. Then there was some sort of commercialization of the graphics was going on, and in 1996 Netscape 2 was released, and the main engineer behind this Netscape browser was Brandon Eich. And due to some marketing reason, the Sun Microsoft was trying to promote their Java language, and that's why this embedded language was named as JavaScript. But there is no relationship between Java and JavaScript from programming point of view. Just it is another scripting language, and the major part was developed under the name Mocha, and the language was officially called LiveScript when it was first released in beta mode. In September 1995, it was renamed from LiveScript to JavaScript with the browser version Netscape Navigator 2.0. So that was a small history of JavaScript, and later many programmer modified this language and created various type of version of that language, and we'll explore these one by one. In 1996, IIS web server has supported the Microsoft implemented server-side JavaScript, which is known as JScript, and it is a part of ASP.NET programming. In mid 2020s, additional server-side JavaScript was implemented and has been introduced, such as Node.js, and Node.js is introduced in 2009. Microsoft developed a similar kind of technology, which is known as VBScript or JScript, which is released in 1996. And JScript is a reverse engineering implementation of the Internet Explorer 3 and Internet Information Server (IIS) use this technology a lot. When there is a lot of variety of JavaScript syntax, JavaScript writing style, then in November 1996, Netscape submitted JavaScript to ECMA International, ECMA International, and they set some specification for writing JavaScript, and official release of the language specification is published in ECMAScript, and you can find the latest update about ECMAScript in the website ECMA International 262.ECMA International ECMA-international.org. So I'm giving you the URL here. ECMAScript is an object-oriented programming language for performing computation and manipulation computing object within a host environment. ECMAScript has defined here into is not intended to computing self-sufficient. Indeed, there is no provision in the specification for input external data or output computer results. Now, what is a scripting language? A scripting language is a programming language that is used to manipulate, customize, and automate the facilities of an existing system. And in such system, useful functionality is already available, although a user interface and the scripting language is a mechanism for exploring the functionality and function controls. A web scripting provides an ECMAScript hosting environment for client-side computing, including for instance, object that represent windows, menu, pop-up, dialog box, text area, anchor, frame, history, cookies, input, output, etc. Further, a host environment provides a means to attach scripting code to environments such as a change of focus, page and image loading, unloading, error, abort, sections, form submission, and mouse action. Scripting code appears within the HTML and displayed page in combination of user interface element and fix the computed text and images. The scripting code is reactive to user interaction, and there is no need for main programming. A web server provides a different host environment for server-side computation, including object representing request client and clients and file that mechanism to lock and share the data. Now it's a quiz time. Review this code below, which statements call add text function and passes 50 as an argument. Which is the correct answer? 50 add text is equal to 50 is not correct, because it is just declaring a variable with a value 50. Return add text 50 is a return statement within the function. It is not passing the variable. And then the third one is looking the correct answer, and so the correct answer is number 3. Number 3 is the correct answer. It's better to use the color green instead of. This is the correct answer. So the JavaScript function is a block of code that designed to perform a particular task. So
it is 11 a.m. and we are continuing our JavaScript class today, and welcome to the class. And today's topic is about document object model. Document object model. Three combination of three words. It is relevant to a concept, and we are going to demystify this concept. We are going to clarify this concept so that you are getting a clear understanding about using JavaScript. And it is our continuing we are continuing a full web development course, and we are in this part we are clarifying the basics of JavaScript programming language. Please check out the previous videos for better understanding. So here, the document, the HTML document, I'm telling you the general understanding. The HTML document is just like a tree. So have you created one family tree for you, like father and mother, and then two child? These two child are married to another, and they have again child. Now father, mother, father, mother, child, then grandparents. So this kind of family tree, I think you have already created. In an HTML document, there is a kind of family tree is there. At very top, it is HTML. Everything is inside the HTML, and then there is a head tag. So head tag is a family. Suppose consider head is a family, and inside head there is a title. There's meta tag. These are the child. Okay, and body is another family. Inside body, you can use various HTML tags like h1, your a href, images, form, etc. So this kind of model, this kind of thinking is known as DOM. That means document object model. It is very important concept. Okay, it will be helpful in learning React, Vue.js, and everything. So here the most important thing is hierarchy. Who is the child and who is the parent? For example, head definitely is the parent and title is the child. Similarly, body is the parent and say h1 is a child. Now let's see what is the bookish knowledge about this. Designers of JavaScript were very smart. I completely agree this. Rather than just creating yet another scripting language, they have vision to build it around DOM, that is document object model. Now this break down the parts of HTML document into discrete object. Now our HTML document is divided into various objects. Okay, what is object? We'll come back to this. And each with its own property and method. every object has its own property and method and subject to JavaScript control, and JavaScript is capable to control each object. That means JavaScript is an external entity in this family who is going to manipulate each member. We see that in our real life, someone can come to our family as a third person and they are influenced by it is so funny, isn't it? And your family members are influenced by that third person. The person is changing his behavior due to this third person's influence. JavaScript is just like that in an HTML page. Oh, so funny. Metaphor. Okay, sometime I will give this kind of metaphor to make the conversation interesting, otherwise it is boring, isn't it? But why should we avoid this kind of knowledge? It is there. And okay, come back to the study again. Our mind is always taking some break, and we want to do something different. JavaScript separate each object and property. What are the object? Object are like body and the h1 and a tag and the images, etc. JavaScript separate object and properties and method by a period. By a period means a small little dot. Okay, so for example, let us consider a business card. So business card is an object. Now we are calling it as a card, right? And this object contain properties such as, in a business card, what are the information you add? Tell me. You have a business card. You have started a nice organization for selling web development. So you will give your address, you will give your email ID, your name, your LinkedIn URL, or your website URL, like this. So all these objects are creating a card, and card is the object, and uh, all this property, not object, all this property creating this card. So one card has properties like name, address, phone number, etc. So in this syntax, if you look at the syntax, like card dot name, that means the name is the object and card is the card is the object and name is the property. Card dot phone number, that means card is the object and phone number is the property. And in its method are functions that retrieve, change, and otherwise on the property. For an instance, to evoke the method that display the property of the object card, and you might use the syntax like card dot display. So you are creating one function called display, which is showing all the property of that card, and it will show all this property. So I think you got idea about the object object model when we will do this in the machine lab or a screenshot based discussion. It will be more clarified. It is just theoretical discussion here. And one more thing, we also need a little bit idea about Java's HTML. I have created HTML related video as well. So when you click a particular URL on HTML page, it redirects you to that page. You can also create the link using JavaScript. That means you can also create JavaScript based link to any particular text. So we'll show this on machine testing. I'm just remembering taking a note when I'm doing the machine test. I'll show this. Okay. We can discuss more term points about DOM, and I will show this in screencast part. Okay, guys, thank you, and see you in another part. So hello friends, hope you are doing well. Today I'm going to make my pancake with strawberry, Himalayan strawberry. This is a completely fake thing. I'm not making strawberry and pancake here. I'm talking about JavaScript. And JavaScript is a lightweight language. Today we are going to learn about very basic things like document write, how to use console log, how to use alert, then what is the use of document writes, a little bit experiment. Okay, see you in the other side when I am studying the screencast. Okay, stay tuned. Here is a quiz for you. Pause this video or you can use Google. Question number 1. How can you create a comment in JavaScript? Question number 2. Which keyword can you use within JavaScript function to define a variable that has local scope? I repeat my question once again. Which keyword can you use within a JavaScript function to define a variable that has local scope? Number 3. Question number. What is the JavaScript string concatenation operator? What is the concatenation operator for JavaScript string? String. Why this pronunciation is so difficult? What is the JavaScript string concatenation operator? Okay. Next, how can you include JavaScript code from another source in your document? Simple. If you check this video, you can find out this. And by default, to which part of the document will JavaScript code output? By default, to which part of a document will JavaScript code output? And last question, which tag do you use to enclose JavaScript code? I think you can answer all of them. You can write the answer in the comment section below or see you in the other side.
I'm creating an object and the keyword let book is equal to say JavaScript, and we can show this particular information in our using this code document dot get element by id. Our id name is demo and dot inner html is equal to book. Book is variable. Now if we add this particular file to our html file, adding j, say it's f, I think it's f. Refresh the page. JavaScript is displayed here. I'm magnifying a little bit. Okay, these two line I'm removing. Refresh JavaScript. Now let us create an object for book. And an object, as we discussed in the theoretical class, we are using the line, we are removing this line and using this line, const book is equal to, with a curly brace, what are the properties I want to add in a book? Generally book has title and the title is JavaScript. A book has a author colon, author name is say Narayan, and the book has a publishing year, so year of publication, year say it is published in 2020. So this is my object. I'm adding a semicolon, save. Now I want to display one of the property from this book, say author's name. So simple, I'm typing here inner HTML is equal to colon the book author name is, I'm adding a plus for reading more details, then book dot author, say refresh. The book author name is okay. Let's move to another. Here we want to show how to response based on some event. So here we are adding one button, and inside this button we are adding one attribute on click, and now we want to show some information on click. So document, first we write this on a JavaScript file. We don't need a JavaScript file for that, external JavaScript file for that. You can directly write this here, document dot write document get element by id, and we want to display the information on the demo id, dot demo inner html, and press the date function, and we want to place this information here on click. Look at one thing here, we are not actually adding any JavaScript script tag here. Directly we are adding this JavaScript code, and we are placing this demo behind it We can place it here. Let's see. Refresh the page. Here is a button. When I am clicking the button, it is showing the current date. Now the button has no text, so we are placing some text here inside the button. Current time. Fresh current time is when it is not. It is just showing the current time. Now let's move to another example. Let us apply some string function in this particular. Here in the header section, I am adding a script, and here I am declaring text is equal to say anything and semicolon. Now we want to display the length of this text here. So what we are going to do here, we are adding another let length is equal to the length of the string. Okay, it is calculated. So inner HTML is equal to length. Now what will happen? Click, is showing 29. If I increase more, refresh, click 29. Why? Because I have not saved this. Save, refresh, click 42. Now I am reducing it to just 3. Save, refresh, click 3. Now you can see how we can calculate the length of the string. Now let's check this particular program. It's a simple HTML page, and here is a button ID is button, class name is button, outline dark, so it is a JavaScript bootstraps class. So when I'm clicking this, it is running this JavaScript. So we want to check this JavaScript. In JavaScript there is a button, const button by ID, const body by ID. So we are selecting the button and the body, and here are some random colors are there. Now the document background is now white. Button add event listener on click, background color change. Function background color change is the function, and here we are selecting the color index is equal to parent math dot random dot color dot length, and we are applying the style, body style, background color according to this random color. So it's a simple function. Let's see how it is working. Random color. We want to understand the use of this add event listener. So add event listener is append an event listener for the event whose type attribute value is type. The callback argument set the callback that will evoke when the event is dispatched. So we want to use this add event listener in another program. Here we are creating another file test.html, and we are copying everything of this HTML from this page, and we are adding another JavaScript, test JavaScript, and in test yes, and in test.js, in this particular button, we want to, when we are clicking this button, we want to show some text. So how to do this? In the test.js, we are going to write this code. Say const element is equal to document dot get element by ID. The ID name is say button. ID name is button. We are selecting this particular ID and semicolon. Now when this element has this particular add event listener, we are checking which kind of event is there. So event is click event, and based on that we want to run a function my test function. Okay, now my test function is not yet created, so we are going to create a new function my test function, parenthesis curly brace, and now here in document dot get element by ID, in parentheses we are checking the demo ID, and inner HTML is changing, the text is welcome. Save. Now this particular test.js is added to this test page. Click me test.js. Let's see, we are checking test.js. Test.js is here. We are checking test.html. Click any change, no change. We are expecting the text here, and for that we need to place one demo here. Say we are placing a p demo id. We're changing the inner HTML of id name is say text, p id is text. Okay, now when we are clicking when are clicking this button, it is displaying inner text as welcome. Refresh the page, welcome. Okay, so we understand use of add event listener, and using this add event listener we also want to see math random of something. We want to understand the use of percent. We want to make this a simple game using JavaScript. When I'm clicking, it is removing. I'm randomly clicking and it is removed the end. So how to create this game? So here is the code. First we have created some div of balloons, and using CSS we are just creating these circles, and then using this simple JavaScript code it is possible. So here we see popped is equal to 0. Then look at the elements name. Element name is balloon and balloon gallery. Okay, now from here we are selecting the balloons. Then background color is like this. The background color is changed to the document color. Then pop plus plus, remove the event e and check all popped. Then in the function remove the event e, check all pops. There are two functions, checking all pops and remove the event e, and these two functions are used here. For checking all the functions there are 10 available buttons are there. Console log all pops. Let gallery is equal to balloon gallery. Balloon gallery is this one. We can see the HTML and JavaScript side by side. Display none. Description display none. Where is description? Description is display none when all the items are checked.
Hello friends, hope you are doing well. In today's class we are going to discuss about expression and control flow in JavaScript. In the previous class we have discussed about the basics of JavaScript DOM, that is document object model, and it is going to helpful in this class. So if you have not checked the previous class, then check out this, and the link is in the description below. We can create various type of complex expression using operators in JavaScript. So how to construct these expressions, and expressions are helpful for understanding, for creating new program and understanding the various type of logic in a program. We use various type of conditional statement, if else, etc., and solve a problem. Now those of you who have no basic ideas of programming, for them I'm just telling that expressions are like mathematical expressions. In programming, if you have a little bit background of maths, then you know that we create various type of algebraic expression. For example, the function of x, y is equal to function of x. In that case we define the function in a way like function of x is equal to x square plus 2x plus 1, something like this. So the value of y is depending on x, and if we do the mathematical calculation, then we get the value of y. So similarly in programming you can write an expression that shows the relationship between various type of variable, and for explaining the relationship you use various type of operator like plus, minus, etc. So am I audible? I think the sound is okay. Okay, now JavaScript expression is very similar to PHP expression. If you understand JavaScript expression, you can also understand PHP expression because those have some similarities. In PHP classes we will discuss this point. Now in an expression, as I said earlier, we use a combination of some values, some variable, some operators and functions. So all those items are utilized in an expression for solving a problem. You want to find out the total amount of interest at the rate 7% for an amount of say 50,000 for 2 years, right? Now in it is, you can explain, you can calculate this based on an expression like the amount of interest is there. You are going to calculate the amount of interest. You have the amount, principal amount, you have the interest rate, you have the time frame. So using those points you can understand how to find out the total interest in 2 year time frame. So how you calculate this? You calculate it using an expression, right? So here in programming also you are going to write a similar kind of expression for solving the problem. Isn't that simple? Now the result may be a number, maybe a string, or maybe just a boolean answer, true or false, something like this. So we will show you how to write expression in the lab class. We are actually dividing our classes into two types. One is lab class and one is theoretical class. In theoretical class we discuss like a V block, just discuss about the theory, and through in the practical class we show you the screenshot based demonstration. Then it is helpful for learning. Okay, so like right, suppose we are writing a script, script starting, script end, document write, document dot write. Document is the object and you are going to write something. So document dot write is similar to echo statement of PHP. So document dot write, then you are adding a expression like a plus, a is a string, a plus, then within the parenthesis you are comparing two numbers, say 5 is greater than 6, and then adding a line break. And for line break you can use beer tag. So I'll show the sample code here, and from this sample code you can understand that the print of this particular expression will be just true, because the condition that we are testing, it is a simple boolean expression. Boolean expression means the result or the return will be just true or false, that's it. So we noticed that in JavaScript has the capability of doing the calculation on your browser. It is not going to use your server. Once the browser is loading the program, it is calculating on the client side and it will result true and false. In JavaScript, when you are checking whether a value is true or false, all values evaluated in true except the following, which evaluate false. So suppose we'll try to create an expression like 0 divided by 0, and I will try to find out what is the answer, because no mathematician yet not able to get the answer like 1 divided by 0 is what. So let's see what is JavaScript answer. So there is two key vocabularies, new vocabularies for new beginners, which is called literal and variables. So what is literal? Expression is a literal. That means you are writing a line of code using variable, values and function. So it is called the literal. The spelling is literals, literals. And an expression could also be a variable which evaluates the value that has been assigned, and they are both type of expression because they return values. We will check few example in the lab class and you will find it more easy. I hope you understand what is expression. And expression, we use operators, we use variable, we use function. On what are the operators? You already familiar. with the operators. These are basic mathematical operators for like that we use generally in arithmetics, like plus, minus, and then is greater than, less than. There is one more interesting operator which is called bitwise. What is the meaning of bitwise and what is the symbol of bitwise? Just Google this. This is a quiz question for you. Some operators are unary operators. Unary operators are such as incremental or negative. These are unary operators. And binary operators are which represent like addition, multiplication, division. These are the binary operators. There is one more operator which is called one ternary operator. Ternary operator is a combination of two symbols, one question mark and a semicolon, and it works like if-else statement, and this single line is equivalent to if-else statement that choose between two expressions depending on a condition. So checking a condition, it checks two expression which is right or wrong. I will show you the use of ternary operator in JavaScript in the lab class as well. There are some other concept which is called the operator precedence. What is operator precedence in PHP and JavaScript? In both cases, the utilization of operator precedence is very common because these are very helpful in adding, in increasing the value of a variable. So what is this precedence? Just like plus plus, minus minus, or plus equal to, etc. So this is a long list of operators. You can check out in the lab class. I'll show you some demonstration. So associativity. What is the associativity? Most JavaScript operators are proceeded in order from left to right equation, left to right in an equation, but some operators require processing from right to left instead. It is very interesting. We generally understand all operators are working from left to right, but how it is possible from right to left in opposite direction? The direction is opposite here, and this associativity becomes important in case where you do not explicitly force precedence. So this is something a little bit complicated for the beginner levels. I will try to explain this in the lab class. This multiple statement is possible only because the rightmost part of the expression is evaluated first, and then proceeding continue to right to left direction. So we'll check the use of associativity in JavaScript in depth in lab class. Just mark this point. And yes, one more thing. The relational operators. What are the relational operators? Relational operators are generally two orphaned and returned a boolean results of either true or false, like equality, comparison, and logical. These are the three types of relational operator. Equality operators check whether the two values are equal or not. If month is equal to October, then right, it is fall. So this condition is just like checking whether the month is October or not. And there is comparison whether the two number is bigger or smaller, so is greater than, is less than, or is greater than or equal to. These kind of signs are comparison, whereas the logical operators are and, or, and not. And means both conditions are true, or means one of the two conditions are true, and not means this condition is not, or not means it is true for orphan is false, or the false if the orphan is true. Just opposite. just what not logic work like opposite. If I say yes, you will say no. If I say no, you will say yes. Okay, something like this logic. So we'll try to check some example code, we'll debug them. There are other statements like with. The with statement is very important in JavaScript. The with statement is not one that you seen in PHP. Generally in PHP with is not utilized, but in JavaScript it is an exclusive statement. And how to use with statement in JavaScript, it is very important. Suppose you have written one string, a long string. My name is Narayan, I have a cat, something like this. Then with string you can write the string is plus length plus character, and then the uppercase, its uppercase is this. So we need to check the use of with in our lab class. We'll check the check how to use the width. So let's see how to use the width. And okay, fine. There is another use is no error, on error. That means if there is an error, then the next part will proceed. So there are more construct not available in PHP. On error, this kind of construct is not available in PHP, but in JavaScript it is available using either the on error event or a combination of the try and catch keyword. You can catch JavaScript error and deal with them yourself. That means you can understand what kind of error the browser is showing, and based on that error you can take action. So JavaScript are actions that can be detected by there are some events that can be detected by JavaScript. So every element on the page has certain events, and you can trigger using JavaScript. So we'll also check some example how to use on error part in JavaScript code, and this is really going to be interesting because many of these points are not familiar to beginner level coder. And also how to use try and catch on a JavaScript program. So till then, so one more revision here. What are the things we will check in our lab class? We'll check how to try and catch in JavaScript, how to use on error construct, and how to use the with statement in JavaScript. We also get idea about three types of operator: logical operator, comparison operator, then equality operator. These are the relational operators. We are also going to find out the associativity, the exception of associativity. We will try to understand the operator precedence, and we also understand what is expression, literal, and variable. So see you guys in the lab class, and in the next episode we'll talk about another topic. Hi guys, hope you are doing well. Welcome to another class. In today's class we are going to discuss about the conditions in JavaScript. Conditions are very helpful for programmer. You can check out the use of conditions in PHP in a previous video where I discuss about the basics of PHP programming. Here in JavaScript you will see the same conditions, but how to use these conditions in JavaScript we will check in the syntax part. We have two parts of the video. In the first part we are going to discuss it theoretically. We will not show you code and the program, and the second part is a lab part where we'll show some coding tasks. So conditions are very helpful for program flow. When you are asked to check a particular condition and based on that you want to take a decision, you use some sort of statement. So they help us to ask question about the things, like in our real life when you decide to go to market for buying some grocery. You check at whether you have enough food in your refrigerator or in your house in stock. Yes, I have enough food. You cancel the grocery. And if you find that okay, I don't have enough food, then I have to go to grocery. That is the real life situation. Programming is something like that. The use of condition is something like that. When you have several options and you are searching for only one criteria, you have 3 4 options, then in each option you check whether it is matching your requirement, then you select it, and if it is not matching you move to the next, and then again test whether it is matching, so and then you take the decision. So there are various type of condition testing available in our day-to-day life as well. So there are 3 type of non-looping conditions are available. There are some condition are in running in loop, that is a kind of iteration process, again and again you are testing a logic. And there are 3 types of non-looping conditions are available, and these non-looping conditions are: number 1, if statement; number 2, the switch statement; and number 3, the ternary operator. Okay, so if statement, we are already aware of if statement. In several example we have shown the use of if in the previous class, like in PHP class. Here in the JavaScript class we can use if statement. So the if statement is checking a condition first, and if the condition is true, then it moves to the next line, and they display or return the output. If the second if the condition is not true, then it move to another line. So that is if the condition is not true and you want to move the control to another expression, then we use the else statement. So dear friend, try to understand the use of if here. Several examples are given earlier about if. We'll need to show a code like if a is greater than 100, then b is equal to 2. That means when you are checking the a's value is greater than 100 and it is true, then you are assigning the value of b is 2, and then you are printing the value of b. Okay, so it is a simple example of if statement. Else is very simple. I think there will be no problem when I will show this in the lab class. Okay, so another statement is the switch statement. In switch statement we use one variable, and we check the some expression, and if this expression value is true, then we, if for several conditions, there are 4 and 5 conditions are available. For one condition the expression is true, then it shows the results. In bookish format, if we try to say explain switch statement, then it is a switch statement is useful when one variable or the result of an expression can have multiple values and you want to perform a different function for each value. So let me clarify this point once again. You are testing one variable or expression, and it may have several values, and if for each values you want to do another function, then we use switch case. Suppose 2 numbers is given to you, and the person want result of 3 calculation or 4 calculation. I have given you 2 numbers, A and B, and I want the sum of two numbers, the subtraction of two number, the product of two number, and the division or dividend of two number. Okay, so in that case you have 4-5 options to do this. So we use the case, the switch and case system. So it is also applicable in PHP, and PHP and JavaScript use the same kind of switch construct. And there is one more point. At some point, if you want to break out the switch testing, then you can use the keyword break, and break command allow you to break out the switch statement, and uh, the program is stopped here. Okay, so it is not like iteration. And there is another option is very important, which is called a default actions. Like the input, the 4 points are not applicable in switch, in any of the 4 points are not applicable in switch, and you want to use a default option for there. Suppose you have created one quiz kind of thing. So if the person is selecting option A, answer is wrong. B, answer is wrong. C, answer is wrong. If they select D, then answer is true or correct. But the person who has entered the option he has entered a wrong option, like G or E, F. In that case you can add a default action, that that default action will say that it is a wrong input, try to add a correct input. And ternary operator is very important. Ternary operators is a combination of a question mark and a semicolon, a colon character, and it generally check one condition first, and if this condition is true, then the result is the first expression, and if the condition is false, then the result is the second expression. So it between the two expressions you can select one expression using ternary operator. So guys, in the next lab class we are going to check each point that we have discussed here in this tutorial, and the upcoming tutorials are about loops, and after knowing loops we will go to the conditional statement. Yes, okay, so see you guys in the next class.
Let's check some date related function. So here in this demo paragraph we want to display the current date. So let's use this JavaScript. JavaScript is used. I am using const date is equal to new date. In Unix format I am writing a date 05 or 20. Now document dot get id by demo inner HTML is equal to on click I want to change the inner HTML. I don't need this button showing nothing. Why? I have everything. I need a ID. Demo is there. Copy and paste. Let's see the error in the console. She is not connected. Why? Yes, I can detect. I show you this error intentionally to find out how to debug. Okay, so here in HTML we didn't give the right path. Okay, now it will work. 20th April. I can change the date 5th May, 20th May. Okay, suppose we want to display the year and month from a date using JavaScript. So we are placing 3 paragraphs. One is for month and another is for year. So at present there is nothing. We are going to use some date related function. So let's go to JavaScript file and copy this 2 times. Here you write month. So we'll use the function date dot get full year, and this is full month, I think, not year. it is for the year, and it is for the month dot get full month or get month. You can also use these for time. Now let's see, refresh. Month is 4, year is 2020. What is 4? It should be 5. Let's see. Date is 4, month and year. Year is coming first and then month. Refresh, but still it is 4. What is the issue? So one thing I noticed that this date is actually May, but the get month is showing 1 month less. So we can do one thing here, just adding one day with this particular information, like this plus 1, then it will be cut. Okay, now if we change any date, say I'm making this 11 and 25, then it is showing the correct month. How can I display the name of this month here? Suppose I want to display the name of this month. I have to declare a variable with all those name of the month. Hello friends, now we want to use the switch case in JavaScript. So let me start. First we are using an HTML page. I'm cleaning everything here. You will work on JS, and JS is completely empty. There is nothing, clean. Now we are going to create a drop box, a selection option here. So select option and a class name. We are giving the class name as select css, and the name of this class name is sunshine or sunshine. Okay, now we are giving it an id, and our id name is my input, and the value is select your sunshine. Okay, and now we want to give some options here. So options are value, say Leo, and if the option is option Leo, another option is say Scorpio. So fast forward, I'm typing all the item here. So I have typed all the sunshine name. Let's see, let me check the output here. So output is showing like this. You can select option from the drop down. Okay, we need a button below this, and the button has a on click function. We'll write this function later, like check. Function name is check sunshine. Check sunshine. It's a function is not written here. So this is close, and button is check my sunshine. Save. Now we need a demo here, p demo, id name, save. Or let's go to JavaScript is completely blank. We are going to write a program here. Our function name is check sunshine, and start here. Save. Check sunshine. Okay, so it's a switch case. We are declaring a local variable var text, and now var sunshine is equal to document dot get element by id, and by id input my input dot value dot. So I am taking the my input value from here. I is capital. Now we are using a switch case. Switch case is checking a condition name is sunshine. Okay, and we are adding some cases. Cases are case first, if the item is this sunshine, then colon, the text is you have a great future in business. Okay, this is the message, and the program semicolon, and the program stop here. So we are using break, and similarly we are going to create cases for all the items. Okay, all these sunshine. So fast forwarding this, so I have written these different line for different sunshine. Now we are going to write one code, document dot get id by element, and we are selecting the demo, and inner HTML is equal to the text. Now it's complete. Now we have the we have this demo. So refresh this page, click the sunshine. You have great feature in testing. I'm selecting this one, acting. I'm selecting this, business. So it is working.
Now we have some question. It's a quiz time for JavaScript learner. First question: how are boolean values handled differently by PHP and JavaScript? Then next question: what character are used to define a JavaScript variable name? Then the next question: what is the difference between unary, binary, and ternary operator? Next question: what is the best way to force your own operator precedence? When would you use the identity operator? Identity operator means triple equal to sign. What is the simplest two forms of expression? Name the three conditional statement type. How do if and while statement interprets conditional expression for different data types? Why a for loop more powerful than a while loop? What is the purpose of the with statement? Prepare your interview.
We have three items, three variables here. Nothing is displayed, and now we want to create an array using this code. Now even array of cars, document get id by element demo dot inner HTML is equal to car shape. Refresh, nothing. We did not have any. We do not have a p id demo. P close save. So we are displaying the three cars. Now we'll do some array related functions, array related method. So let's check. Let's do some array related method, like we are creating another array here with some sports car, and name is f1, name is like f1, g1, q1. Now we want to join these two array. How to join them? Let's try. We'll use the car array join. Which particular array? Car array is now joined with let's say we want to display it with the star first. Let's see how it is looking like. It is looking like this, but we want to display two array together. What is the option? So we'll use the concatenate function. Concat, we want to concatenate it with sports car, and okay, that's it. Let's see how it is working. Refresh. So the sports car is added to this particular array. Similarly, we can concatenate additional items, like instead of sports car, if we write two more car name like Mercedes-Benz and Toyota, so then what will happen? These two items are added to this array. Now how to use join? Join is used for declaration. I have already shown just a little while ago. Join, suppose we can use this break here, HTML break. Then what will happen? It will create a line break for each item.
The method concate. The concate method concatenates two arrays or a series of values within an array. For example, in the following code, we have a list of fruits in an array and list of vegetable in another array. Now, if you want to output both fruits and vegetables, in your document, then we use the command document.write within parentheses fruit dot concate base. Fruit is the array name for fruits and base is the array name for vegetable. So we are displaying the values of both arrays using concate. You can simply multiply multiple you can specify multiple arrays in this argument instead of just one array, so we can accumulate all the values together in one display. So here is another way of use this. Can you give one example of a JavaScript method that is only applicable for a specific browser and not applicable for other browser? There are many. So one example is for each. For each is applicable for only browser that is not Internet Explorer. So for each method is a JavaScript method that generally use for the similar function of PHP for each keyword, but the main problem it will not work on the older version of Java Internet Explorer. To use these, we'll see in an example, and you can see with, for example, we have taken one array with a number of animals name, and when we are going to use the line the array name dot for each and output, then it will display all the items. Here you can use a function output for displaying the items, and in the lab class you will see how to use the for each loop in JavaScript. Now a very important method which is called push and pop. You already use push method and in arrays for adding some value in a particular array. The reverse is pop, so it deletes a particular item from the array. So we can see that there are various type of push and pop, various type of use are available of these two functions. Hello friends, hope you are doing well. In this part we are going to discuss about JavaScript functions, objects and arrays. In PHP class we discussed about functions and we also discussed a little bit about objects. So in this class we are going to discuss about the JavaScript and JavaScript related functions and object, and the concept is same in both function, in both language. We just want to check here the differences. So JavaScript is capable to access the DOM object. DOM, you understand, the document object model, which makes every element of an HTML document available for manipulating an object. I have given a good example in the previous class of DOM. I have explained that an HTML document is just like a family tree, where there is head is a family and body is a family, and inside that there is a relationship like parent and child, and JavaScript is an external entity in this family, an external member of this family, and this external member is manipulating the objects and has the power to manipulate this object. Okay, it is an interesting metaphor. So okay, we will check out what is the syntax in JavaScript regarding this, and I assume that you will find it very easy and simple. Here in this part we are going to discuss the matter in theoretical format, so it is just like a conversation and it will be repeated. These points will be repeated in the lab class when I will take the screenshot based demonstration. Then both things will be clear. It's just like a double repeat of the same content. So when I'll show it in a lab class and you will see the content on your screen, you will find that both are talking the same thing. Okay, so first thing first, what is JavaScript function? There are dozens of inbuilt functions are available in JavaScript, like for date, like for writing, and etc. When these inbuilt functions are not sufficient for solving your problem, then we write our own functions. So user define those functions for solving complex problem. So suppose you have a complex piece of problem and an inbuilt function is not available for that, then you define your own function. So the syntax is similar, almost similar to PHP. In general syntax, we use the keyword function, then the function name, and within a first parenthesis, you write the parameter with comma, and then we start a second parenthesis and we write some expression, return statement, and the second parenthesis is closed. So this is the structure of a function. There is a very important note here that whenever you have a more complex piece of code that you need to reuse again and again, then you write some function. You don't need to copy paste same code here again and again. You can, using the function, you can reduce the length of the code because the function will do the same tasks that you have already written earlier. So let us try to understand the statement, function statement with little bit clarity. First, we use the keyword function for defining the browser that we are going to use a function now. Then we, in function, we can use letter, underscore, and dollar sign, but no symbols like a special character is not allowed, so it is not necessary. So there is a parenthesis which is must required after the first parenthesis, whether there is no parameter. Suppose your function has no parameter, so in that case you have to write this first parenthesis, okay, and then second parenthesis, within the second parenthesis you write the expressions. So that is the structure of the function. Function names are case sensitive. That means if you write a function name like get result, and here the G is in capital and in other function G is small, then these are two different functions. So it is, always remember that in JavaScript the function name is case sensitive, and in JavaScript there is a general name convention for function. The first letter of each word should be capital so that it is little bit meaningful. If you do not use this convention, the program will run, there will be no problem, but the problem will be there when someone else is going to check your code, and they will find it is done by some novice designer or the novice developer. Okay, so in that case you have to use this kind of camel type of convention for naming your function. So this convention is generally known as bumpy cap or camel case. So I generally use the word camel case. Bumpy cap is a new name. The opening curly bracket, the second bracket or curly brace, this bracket is also known as brace. So opening curly bracket start with the statement that will execute when you call the function. So in future when you are calling the function, then whatever is written within the curly braces, that will be execute, and the curly braces must be closed, otherwise it will hamper other statement or other function of the program. So this is very simple, and the parameter that you pass through the function, these are also known as argument. The arguments are argument array is a member of every function. With it you can determine the number of variable passes to a function and what they are. For example, just toy is a function, and within that toy is a Suppose you are defining a function anywhere with some new parameter, then it will show the result based on the previous calculation. Okay, so you can write a function anywhere. Suppose the function is written later and you have called the function at the before that, then the script will run. There will be no problem. Just you can place the function anywhere in the code. Okay, when browser load the page, actually it loads the whole JavaScript, it read all the code and then it perform the tasks. So it is fine if you write the function later and call the function earlier. It is fine. Then returning a value, a function generally returns a value based on the inputs, and functions are not used just for displaying things. In fact, some functions are used for performing some calculation or data manipulation, or doing some logical tasks, logical checking. So it is not used only for displaying the result on the browser screen. So you have to understand that functions is written for a purpose. When you see some functions are there, you can understand it is written for some purpose. When we will show some example on our lab class, it will be more clear. So see you guys in lab class of the part. These points are going to repeat in the lab class with some demonstration. Next point is sort. Using sort method, you can sort the array element based on the alphabetic order or the ascending or descending order. So sort method is very helpful in JavaScript programming for sorting the elements of an array. So first you have to declare the array, the values, and then use the dot sign for adding this method. So let's say animal and the list of animal dot the sort function, it will display all the element in sorting order, like in alphabetic order. And you can also reverse the order. If you use another function dot reverse, then the order will be in reverse format. And sometime you can also make the numeric item ascending and descending using some technique. Will show this in the lab class. Now some interview question relevant to JavaScript. Are JavaScript functions and variable name case sensitive or case insensitive? Yes or no? Time start now. Answer. Next question. How can you make a property or a method available to all objects in a class without replicating the property or method within the object? I repeat the question again. How can you make a property or method available to all objects in a class without replicating the property or method within the object? Your time start now. How can you create a multi-dimensional array? Your time start now. When you are defining a class, what keyword do you use to refer to the correct object? Your time start now. Name a way to return multiple values from a function. What is the syntax is used to create an associative array? Write a statement to sort an array number in descending numerical order. Do all methods of a class have to be defined within the class definition? Yes or no?